Everyone, please take your seats. Today is January 21st. The time is 6:35. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Present.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Present.
Mayor Dieguez.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Excellent. Would everyone please rise? I think this is out of order, so the way I'll go about this is, Councilman Hertzberg, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. And Councilman Garcia, please lead us in a moment of prayer.
Thank you. Heavenly Father, as we gather for this council meeting, we humbly ask for your guidance and wisdom in our deliberations. May our discussions be filled with respect, understanding, and a commitment to serving the greater good. Grant us discernment to make decisions that reflect your will and bring positive change to our community. We pray for unity in our purpose and the courage to act with integrity. In Jesus' name, amen.
You may be seated. We are now on the order of business, deferrals, additions, and deletions. For myself, I will be moving item 14C to immediately after public comments. Are there any other proposed changes?
Yes, through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
I would ask if we can move the mental health task force report in front of, before the blasting advisory board. Someone has to get home and do homework, and we want to make sure that she gets there on time. So,
So just moving that ahead of blasting?
yes, ahead of blasting if possible.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other further changes? Okay, just to go over them one more time, 14C is now after item 6, and 8B will be heard before item 8A. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Excellent. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. With that, we are now on public comments. Madam Clerk, please read the rules.
Good evening and welcome to the regular council meeting. I'm just going to briefly go over some rules of public comments. And it is that today we're starting the meeting. Each speaker who wants to participate in public comments, just please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. And please, I'm going to emphasize all comments or questions from this public shall be always directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. And to ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of the meeting, public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And welcome as well to the people that we have via Zoom. If you want to participate and provide your remote public comments, the only thing you need to do is please press the asterisk number 9, and IT help desk will be able to see your raise hand icon, and they will allow you into the meeting. And welcome. Please, again, if you're here for public comments, it is now the moment to approach the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Okay, just for clarity one more time, this is an opportunity for public comments. You will be given 3 minutes to speak on any subject you would like, whether it's on the agenda or not. You may do so by just simply coming up to the podium and and then at that point, introduce yourself, name and address. The town clerk will then begin the timer, and you have the 3 minutes to go ahead and make your remarks. And then the next speaker will simply follow as soon as the prior one finishes.
Yes. There you go.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Kimberly Trellis, and my address is 15808 Northwest 91st Avenue. Okay. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Kimberly Trellis, and I am the owner of the Trellis Cottage, a small business in Miami Lakes for over 8 years. I'm here to speak in favor of agenda item 14F, which directly impacts my business and businesses just like mine. I was recently denied a business tax receipt due to a zoning issue. Our town should adapt to modern retail challenges. Like many small businesses, I don't need a large space or standard operating hours. My shop serves as a showroom where customers can see our products in person, by appointment, or through social media. This flexible approach keeps costs manageable and meets community needs. Agenda item 14F is a lifeline for small businesses like mine, raising retail space. Rising retail space costs make it nearly impossible for us to compete with larger operations. Allowing for flexible use of smaller spaces not only supports local entrepreneurs, but also ensures Miami Lakes retains its charm and unique community-driven businesses. Your support of this measure would provide an opportunity for businesses like mine to reopen and thrive, contributing to the local economy and fostering a diverse, vibrant community. Thank you for considering this important step forward.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker. Welcome,
Good
sir.
evening.
Name and address, please.
Yes, Armando Gonzalez. My address is 8725 Northwest 145th Terrace, Miami Lakes. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and fellow residents of Miami Lakes. My name is Dr. Armando Gonzalez. I'm a proud resident of Miami Lakes and the co-founder of Miami Lakes Med Spa alongside my wife, Dr. Sabrina Gonzalez. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of my friend, Alejandro Sanchez, who is running for a position on this council. Alejandro and I go way back. We were classmates at Barbara Goldman Senior High School, class of 2002. Over the years, I have seen him grow into an exceptional individual. He is a dedicated family man and a proud veteran who served our country with honor. Alejandro's love for this town and his unwavering commitment to serving the community are evident in everything he does. I strongly recommend Alejandro Sanchez for this position. I believe he has the leadership, vision, and dedication necessary to make a meaningful and positive impact on Miami Lakes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Good to see you. Is there another speaker?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Diaz, members of the Cabinet, and fellow residents of Miami Lakes.
I'm sorry. Name and address.
My name is Orlando Del Castillo, 14411 Cedar Court. Over the many years, I've had the privilege of witnessing the growth and evolution of this vibrant community. And I am honored to speak here today about my friend, neighbor, and extraordinary individual, Alejandro Alex Sanchez. Alex is not just a friend. He's a pillar of our neighborhood. As a veteran, he's dedicated his life to serving our country, and now he continues to serve the community in countless ways. Alex is the kind of person who always takes the time to greet everyone with a smile, ask about their families, and offer a helping hand whenever needed. He is deeply invested and in the well-being of the people around him and makes a genuine effort to connect with each of us in a personal level. One of the many examples of Alex's commitment to our community is his dedication in keeping us informed of local events and initiatives. Thanks to Alex, we were all made aware of the Christmas golf cart parade that brought joy to all of us in the neighborhood. His enthusiasm and thoroughness, the community pride, is unmatched. Alex Sanchez embodies the qualities of a leader. He is deeply passionate about ensuring that the voices of Miami Lakes residents are heard and respected. I have no doubt that as a member of the City Council, Alex will work tirelessly to put the needs and interests of the community at the forefront of every decision he makes. I am not alone in recognizing Alex's leadership and dedication. Our own mayor has endorsed Alex Sanchez for City Council, a testament to the trust and confidence of our local leadership and his abilities. Tonight I ask that all of you join me in supporting and endorsing Alex Sanchez for City Council. Together, we can elect a leader who will represent us in his integrity and compassion and unwavering commitment to the people of Miami Lakes. Thank you.
on up. Name and address.
Good evening, Mayor Diegues and council. I wasn't going to say anything this evening, but something caught my eye on the agenda, and I have to speak out. I don't know what this legalization of artificial turf is about. I'll have to hear, but I hope to heaven it's not that you're going to legalize the use of artificial turf, because it is one of the worst things you could do for our environment. It impedes drainage, natural drainage, and we always have those problems here in Miami Lakes as it is. So it's just because some people get lazy and they don't feel like doing their trimming or having it done, and that's why they're pushing maybe for artificial turf. I could see it right around the rim of a swimming pool, but that's the only place I think it should ever be adopted or used. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there another public speaker? Ma'am, please approach the podium. Welcome back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, beloved neighbors of Miami Lakes. I'm a resident of this town for 47 years. My name is Lee Medina, and I live in 14431 Cedar Court, Miami Lakes, Florida. I'm here to show my support and to thank you, all of you councilmen, to consider voting in favor of a wonderful leader, a wonderful community man like Alejandro Sanchez. Alejandro Sanchez came into my life when he moved in Cedar Court, and that's when I noticed that he has the quality of a community man, a leader, a man that is there for you regardless of anything. He will go above and beyond the call of duty to accommodate people in this town, especially me. I'm here to thank him from the bottom of my heart that he has treated me, perhaps might be hopefully not disrespectful to his beloved mother, but he's almost treated me like his mom. And so has his wife, Jackie. So this is the kind of people that we need in Miami Lakes to run this town. And I thank you, Mayor Josh Diegues, for having the wisdom and the right attitude and done your research to nominate Alejandro Sanchez to become our councilman for the next 2 years. And I am just grateful, and I just wanted to ratify to all of you that yes, there are many of us, maybe some might not have been able to make it tonight. Me, myself, I'm not in the best shape of my health. I guess this weather doesn't seem to favor the pain on my lower back, but I'm here because I owe this to my community. I owe this to all of you to let you know that Alejandro Sanchez is a person of quality, is a trustworthy man, and I thank him for humbly accepting his nomination for the council. And I really thank all of you to work on voting for him, because you are acquiring an asset needed at the Miami Lakes Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, name and address, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is David Campos. I live at 6914 Bottlebrush Drive. I've been a resident of Miami Lakes for about 35 years. I came tonight to discuss item 14I, but before I do, I just want to mention Alejandro's one of my neighbors. I know him to be an active member of the community, good father, good husband. keeps his yard clean. Guy's an all-around great guy, so I'm gonna definitely support him here tonight as well. Okay, as to 14I, like most that are here, I read the article in the newspaper about a homeowner being cited for having a Trump flag in his yard. And I also saw the interview on Instagram, and I was pretty upset about it because I think that we should be allowed to express how we feel about our, call it President Trump. We shouldn't hide that anymore. Woke is dead, and we shouldn't be intimidated. In addition to that, with all the issues that we have here in the town of Miami Lakes, I think the last thing we need to worry about is whether or not someone has a Trump flag or not. I am a Trump supporter. I'm proud of that. If my neighbor had a Hillary or a Harris flag, so be it. Doesn't bother me. In my opinion, so long as the flags don't depict pornography or profanity, we should be allowed to express ourselves without fear of citation or intimidation, and period, end of story. So I'm here to, I don't know the law, I don't know what the code says, but I do think whatever it says, it needs to be revised so that we're allowed to express ourselves, show our support for President Trump, okay? He won by an overwhelming majority, which says everything I think we need to know here. And as far as that owner that was cited, I don't know him, but I tell him, keep your flag up. Let's start a GoFundMe. We're going to pay for those citations if you guys don't have the courage here tonight to change the rule.
Thank you very much. Is the next speaker, please? See, we got a couple. It's okay. Name and address, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Luis Moreno, 1820 West 53rd Street, Hialeah. I'm here on behalf of Epilepsy Alliance Florida with the hopes of having a partnership with the town of Miami Lakes. I am their community resource specialist, and my hopes is to come to you all and to have a partnership where we can come into your city and teach and educate people of all races, all colors, all languages about epilepsy and seizures and convulsions. Currently, 1 out of 10 people will have a seizure within their lifetime. 1 out of 26 people will be labeled epileptic. Florida has over 550,000 people living in the state of Florida with seizures. We are number 1 out of all 50. And 90 to 110,000 are children under the age of 10. So I'm their community resource specialist for Miami-Dade County, and my job is to be out in the community. I do workshops. I was a former high school teacher for 22 years, and now I'm teaching about seizures and epilepsy. So we would like to come to you all, the mayor and the council members. I brought some brochures and some information for all of you so that you know how prevalent it is, and so that we can share together and teach people. I have been here before. I have done a training in November for about 20 of the constituents of the members of Hialeah, Miami Lakes, and everything went well. So I ask you to please join me in partnering with Epilepsy Alliance Florida so we can make epilepsy, seizures, and convulsions for people that are living with this, which, by the way, has no cure. Epilepsy has no cure. I suffered from seizures when I was younger, and I know a lot of people that do. So this is very important to me as a person, as a worker, and I want to bring it to everybody, all throughout Florida, but starting with Miami Lakes. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you very
Sir,
much.
sir, before you leave, Tony, can you get his contact info, put them together with Claricel? There's Claricel. There she is. She's hiding. So we have several. Okay, but let's start with getting you in touch with the right. We have resident committees, and the committees, they're the ones that can maybe spearhead this on your behalf. Maybe we'll find the right committee that'll work, and we'll make something like that.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. Mr. Senra.
Good evening. My name is Fred Senra, and I'm a resident of Miami Lakes for the last, 40-some years. My address is 14440 Breckness Place. I hardly ever say the address. Miami Lakes. And I think I've come to speak to you guys here regarding the item 14C, I believe. That's the fill the vacancy of seat 4. And I've heard all the support here for Alex. I've known Alex for many, many years. I wrote a letter of support for him as well. But I want to give it a little turn, a little different turn, okay? I want to be a little practical. And what I'd like to remind you of is the following. I believe last year we had a similar situation with a lady being nominated by the mayor, I think it was. For whatever the reason that happened, it turned out to be that the council did not approve her, even though I thought she was extremely qualified. We had to go to a special election. That's what the council chose. I'm going to tell you that I think that's a mistake. It's a big mistake because I don't think we need to spend $35,000, which is what this special election cost us last year, to elect somebody for a 1.5-year term or 2-year term, okay? Not only that, but if you recall, none of the two members, none of the two participants got enough votes for, to be elected. So we had to spend another $35,000 in a special election. A couple of months later or whatever, I thought that was really, really bad because I don't think we need to spend $70,000 to elect one person for a seat for a 1.5 or 2 years. Not only that, but the disappointing, I think the most disappointing part of it for me was that I think we got less than 5% of the votes, of the eligible votes in the town. So to have somebody being elected with less than 5%, I think you guys here can make a more intelligent decision tonight or whenever you're going to select to do this. And I'm sure that Alex is going to do a great job. I've known him through the veterans and what have you, so I think I just want to make sure that you guys realize that, and I just wanted to put some numbers and remind you.
It's okay. You have
Thank
15
you so
seconds
much.
to complete your remarks.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. Miriam Campos, 6801 Dunham Court, Miami Lakes. I've been a resident of Miami Lakes over 32 years. I love it, and I like to get involved because, that's how we keep the town in good conditions. Okay, I'm going to talk about 2 issues. Saturday, I received a letter. Well, I worked my butt off to get President Trump elected. And I had 2 signs in my front yard, and I told everybody, I say, if after the 20th, I'm going to take them down, but not before. So I received a letter Saturday that I had to take them down because I was going to get a fine. So I said, well, if I had to wait over the dates they told me, I'm going to go to the town and ask for permission to keep them for a few extra days. So I really didn't want to take them down, but I did today because now I'm settled down. I'm happy. About the elections, we have a few candidates that have run for the seats here, and they all deserve to be, candidates. And they have been volunteers, and they always work with the town. So I think it's better if we choose someone that was already in the campaign trail. And I really will go for Hassan, because he's a very good person here, and he cares for the town a lot. So thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Sir, name and address.
Ronaldo Angulo. I'm invoking statute 119. All right. So good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm here on behalf of Alexander Sanchez. I've known him for quite a while. He's a resident of Miami Lakes. He's in a lot of the committees that you guys have here, the veterans. And let's go back to the veterans. He's a veteran of the Navy, okay? That's a big one here for us. Like I said, he was in multiple committees for the town, so people know him. He's dedicated. He's a good neighbor around, family man, always with the kids, the wife. That's what you need, somebody that's dedicated. And he shows to us, the neighbors, that he's dedicated. So I feel that he'll continue that. And I don't have the voice Orlando has, so I'm through here.
That's okay, thank you. Sir, name and address.
Hi.
Good to see you again.
Hi, thank you. My name is Larry Borman. I'm a longtime resident of Miami Lakes. I first moved here in 1972. I've been in my present home for the past 26 years. In the Veterans Committee, it's where I first met Alex. Very, very professional. I enjoyed working with him. I'm also I'm the president of the Lake Martha Homeowners Association, and I'm also the vice commander of the American Legion Post 144. For all the reasons that Fred Senra gave us, for the wisdom of our mayor, I ask that the council nominate Alex for seat 4. He's very, very worthy, and I want to endorse him.
Thank you very much. Colonel.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members, Madam Clerk, Town Manager, City Attorney. William Perez, 7167 Ballantrae Court. I've been a Miami Lakes resident for 50 years. I just did the math. I couldn't believe it. Except for my 38 years, I was in the Marine Corps and, running around. But it was always my home of record. It's on my DD 214. Anyhow, I want to talk about 2 items. First is 14I, which is the political flags. The case on point is Reed versus Town of Gilbert. The first thing you got to realize is you're going to have strict scrutiny applied, which means that what the town has to show that is the ordinance is narrowly tailored, and it's the least restrictive means. You're going to have a problem with that. I've actually did First Amendment case. When I was in the military, I was a judge advocate, and I actually did a First Amendment case, and we lost. And we thought it was a total winner because it was on base, and base is not a public forum. But it was a civilian employee with a bumper sticker that said some foul things about a previous president, and we lost. You have in this situation an even worse fact pattern. You have it on private property. Ours was a military base, but it was on a private vehicle. All right. You have it on a permanent flagpole attached to a house, which is real property. You also have a flag, which I would argue is not a temporary political sign for an election. I would say that flag is more akin to a team flag, like someone hanging up a U of M flag, FSU flag. Basically, I'm Team Trump, right? That's what they're saying. So for all those reasons, because of the factual distinction between Reed and Gilbert, because of the strict scrutiny that you have to apply, and because of the fiscal matters that Mr. Senra was talking about, you should carve out something for a non-temporary flag attached to a flagpole, attached to a real property, or mounted on a flagpole. That is obviously not for the election period. I believe, and if you take this to court, you will lose. But you don't have to rely on my legal experience. Second issue I want to talk about is my support for Alex. You have my letter of recommendation for Alex, but I understand the situation you're in. We have elected you, and we have impugned upon you our special trust and confidence. But you have a tough decision. You have a person who has a great background, served in the Navy for 3 years, did all volunteer service, and you have to make that decision against the fundamental right to vote, to have the people choose. No matter how few people do choose, the right to choose. I do not envy your position. I'm glad I'm not on the dais. But you have to make a choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker. Okay, there he is. Name and address, please.
Good evening, Eddie Cedeño, 16232 Northwest 85th Court, Miami Lakes, and also a business owner at 8140 Northwest 155th Street. So I wanted to share my support for agenda item 14F, which was presented by Councilman Moreira. It's something that will solve an issue with multiple sort of online retailers in rezoning certain areas of the town to allow for a limited retail and creating that. I think it's really important because at this point, those businesses, small businesses, don't have a place in the town that is affordable, that they're able to do sort of limited online retail and still have a storefront where people could pick things up and basically just operate a business, not a full-time retail like the shops here and all that. So that's it. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Please come on up. Name and address, sir.
Good evening. 8515 Northwest 169 Terrace. Homero Cruz, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. The flag item, I think that's something that we're going to have to revise the code and go. There's a lot more than that, and you guys know. We have the Florida statute that goes beyond and explains very well what's the issue with the flag. And even we as a town, I don't think we can go beyond the specifications of what the state allows or not. So the other item, last year in April, we were here, and two of you guys were sitting on the hot seat like today, making a decision whether you will vote for Miriam to serve for 9 months. And I know that the vote was split. One of you said yes, and the other one wanted a special election. Sort of. Miriam was going to serve for only 9 months. In this case, it's almost 2 years. We have a big issue with the charter, and we know that the charter needs to be changed because a lot of things need to be upgraded after 25 years of being a town. I've known Alejandro for a long time, great guy. So I've known the other 8 as well. When Fred said that we had an election and we spent $35,000, and then we had a runoff when Brian went out, knocked on a lot of doors, and did his homework. Here we have a gentleman that just ran in November and got 7,500 votes, but Mr. Cuadra Garcia got 82, so he got elected. So why not Mr. Mario with 7,500 votes, or Alex? Mario applied for that position as well, so did Mr. Nayib. And then I know the issue, Mr. Mayor, is that you are the only one that can make the decision out of those 8. Who can you appoint? But then none of you are free of not being there as well because you guys have to decide yes or no. So today we can go 4-2, we can go 3-3. Another thing that I could never understand is when we had in April at a special election, 6 people registered to run for the position. November comes, and we have 2 great guys here that are more than qualified to serve, and I told you guys from day one. They run unopposed. What happened? From 6 people, including Brian makes it, everybody else is gone. Now everybody wants a free ride because nobody wants to go out there, knock on doors, and do what a campaign has to be done. So I'm in total disagreement with that. It's nothing against you, Alex. I wish I wouldn't be here having to fight this, but my values are non-negotiable. And I expect and I hope that you guys tonight, you will do the right thing and allow 8, 9, 10. When the letter came out in December, a lot of people were already on vacation. They didn't even know.
The most I gave a prior speaker was 15 seconds extra to wrap it up, so that's why I just want,
okay.
If you can please
but
conclude your remarks.
again, I hope that you guys will do the right thing tonight, and we will have a special election and let the residents of Miami Lakes decide who should be sitting on that chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Name and address, sir, please.
Good evening. My name is Eric, 14604 Northwest 87th Place. I've been a resident of Miami Lakes for 11 years. As an American citizen, I believe my First Amendment rights are being violated when the city requests that I remove my Trump flags. As a Cuban American, I view Trump as the only individual capable of steering this country in the right direction. Trump is our president, and the majority of the country support him. How is it possible that I am being prevented from displaying his flag on my property? I would like to request a referendum to repeal the city ordinance that prohibits signs on private property. While I may encounter flags of organizations with which I disagree, I believe that freedom of expression is enshrined in the First Amendment for a reason and must be respected. Of course, signs that promote violence, pornography, or anything that goes against the moral and the Christian values upon which nation was founded should be prohibited. Terrorist organizations, as well as ideologies such as Nazism and socialism, should be also banned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Name and address.
Good evening, council members. My name is Diane Jimenez. I'm a student at Barbara Goldman Senior High School. Well, first of all, I'm here to support Alex for his nomination for the council. And I just want to point for the record, there's a clear distinction in my humble opinion from this nomination, the nomination from last time, especially due to the fact that none of us are blind. Like let's look at the elephant in the room. Last nomination, there was a lot more important things regarding the budget that that were important that wouldn't have given that council member enough time to look over. In my opinion, I think that there's a number of reasons that we should support Alex. He served in the Navy. He's a veteran, so there's a lot to take into account. Furthermore, a special election right now would be very expensive. On top of the fact that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 new town staff employees, which I think we should definitely take a look at. Why they're being hired, what's the point of them being hired. Not that I have anything against them at all, but I also want to express my support for item 14G, the Dodge Advisory Board, regarding government efficiency, because if we want to have an efficient government, obviously I think the more conservative way to go about it is to not hire as many people. So if we just do simple math, $100,000 on a special election. Right now we have, again, 7 people, if my math's not off, being hired. Let's say that they get a $50,000 salary, a little bit less, $30,000. This is one of the most expensive agendas, and it's the first one of the year that I've seen come out of this town council. So when it comes to government efficiency, I think we should have that at the top of our list. And merit is something that's been thrown around a lot, especially due to the fact that we're now in the golden age of America. But I think that the word logic is something that we should also be using, right? Logic. Let's just be logical. 14I, the political flags. I think that the aspect of the political flags is there's a difference between a sign and a flag. Signs have much more requirements to put up. That the town, can enforce the law in a different way. But I believe that a political flag is a symbol. So it just puts the town priorities onto something that really, we should be focusing on a lot of other stuff. And on top of that, in order to be a little bit more efficient in government, I had brought it up to Vice Mayor Morera. I think we should institute some sort of program where we get interns to help out the council and not necessarily invest so much into new positions and increasing, and wasting so much town dollars. On top of the fact that we might even go into a special election. So thank you very much. Forgot to thank the town clerk and the town manager and the town attorney. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Is there another speaker in chambers? Lindsay, are you gonna? Okay.
Mayor,
Okay,
we do have.
Well, just in terms of here, just going once, going twice. None? Okay, now go ahead and please see if we have any speakers on Zoom.
We do. I see several, and I was told that Mr. Andres Drew has been patiently waiting. Good evening, sir. We see your name on the TV screen. Just unmute yourself.
Sure.
Welcome. You have 3
I do
minutes.
have a camera. Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Name and address, please.
Everybody, my name is Andres. I go by Drew. I see a lot of familiar faces in the audience. Address is, hold on, give me a second because I just recently moved. So 7971 Northwest 175th Street. I was in Miami Lakes up until late last year. And so and because of the vicinity, all of this affects me and also being a small business owner. So I'm talking on 14F, the small business agenda and situation with the zoning. As most of you know, I am a small business owner, and it's not been easy. It's been extremely rough. And last year, we finally were able to save up enough to be able to rent a warehouse. And primarily, our business is mostly online. We do some stuff locally for other businesses and things like that. If I had some sort of option to step up to instead of jump into, it would have been great. Being online, I don't necessarily have people coming to my place. I did have every now and then some people coming over. I was operating out of a shed in the backyard of my parents' house. For those of you that didn't know, ta-da, now you do. Yeah, I think that this should be looked into. I'm definitely a big supporter of small business because I am a small business, but even then, I think that it's a good stepping stone. It also will stop you from having neighbors receiving shipments to their house next to you and operating a business next to you at home, right? This gives them the next step up. And then as far as I just joined and I caught a little bit of Fred and the few other people. I cannot speak based upon the politics. I don't know how that works. I can speak upon the character of Alejandro. As long as I've known him, he's been a great guy, very thoughtful, supportive. He's he's always constantly reminding people about things in the town and getting people riled up for the activities and events and posting about the golf cart parades. And that's pretty much all I have to cover. Thank you guys. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. Being a small business owner, guess where I'm at? Running a business.
Thank you, Drew, and good luck with Durham. With that, Gina, anyone else?
I see another name, another person, another participant. I don't know if that person is just listening and no name, iPhone. That's all the information. So IT, if that person is also waiting patiently for public comments, just, allow them to be able to speak. Otherwise, Mayor Dieguez, that is it.
I'll give him 5 seconds. 1,
Absolutely.
2, 3, 4, 5. Last call. Okay. With that, public comments is now closed.
Mayor Dieguez, point of personal
Vice Mayor.
privilege. I'd like to move to amend the order of business to bring 14F to after the 2 committee reports, just because I didn't realize that we were going to have that much speakers on 14F, and one of the people who spoke on it did notify me that they only had childcare until 8 p.m., so I want to get them out of here.
Okay, so the Vice Mayor would like to reopen the order of business. That's first and foremost. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Mayor,
Opposed?
through the
No.
chair.
One second. The motion carries. Councilman Garcia, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. We've had some, like 4 or 5 people walk in during public comments here in the audience. If there's anybody else, maybe we can ask anybody else wants to speak here in the chambers.
What, did they come in while?
While they were listening to Andres.
Okay,
Andrew.
we'll come back to that in a second. Right now, we're amending the order of business, which again, the Vice Mayor would like to move item 14F to after 8A, which remember 8A will now come after 8B.
Correct.
And I myself also, in light of the number of public speakers that we have on my item with respect to 14, got to look at this again, 14L, I would request that we also move that to right after 14F. Are there any other proposed changes?
So moved.
Second.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion carries, and the agenda is now amended. And we are now following public comments on 14C, the nomination of Mr. Alex Sanchez to the council vacancy on seat 4. Being that this is my item, I'll go ahead and introduce it. Just to kind of, for those that are watching or may watch this later, I want to preserve an excellent public record about how we got here and why I nominated Mr. Alex Sanchez to serve here as part of before I get there, actually, because I just realized that you wanted to, was there anyone else who had walked in when Mr., I always butcher his last name, when Drew was speaking, that would like to speak in public comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll continue then with my motion. So, as you know, Florida state law requires that a candidate cannot hold more than one office at a time, right? Being that I was running for mayor of Miami Lakes at the time that I was also serving the middle of my second term as a council member, Florida law requires that I submit an irrevocable letter of resignation 10 days before the qualifying period begins, stating that I will resign and naming a resignation date. In my case, I had set it so that the resignation would take effect either November 5th in the first round, if I was able to take it in the first round, or following a runoff election if one was required. Obviously, we needed one, so I was able to stay on until the day of the second round, which was November 26th. Following that, of course, we have this vacancy that the town charter requires that we fill within 30 days of the vacancy occurring. So we had 30 days from November 26th. The town charter in Article 2.5 does not give any discretion to the mayor to not name someone to this position, right? The exact verbiage is that the mayor shall name somebody to the vacancy. With that said, I started thinking about potential candidates. I will be honest that I did have a preferred candidate in mind. He ended up, I thought he would have had a great skill set up here, especially as we later would look into the contracts with our police, given his experience as the general counsel for Miami-Dade College. But he ultimately, after speaking with his family, determined it was not a good opportunity to go ahead and serve at this time. At that point, I decided to create an application process, which has never been done before in the town of Miami Lakes, to fill this vacancy, right? Councilwoman Rurano had never previously run in 2017, and she was ultimately named directly by Mayor Sid. After her, obviously, Mary Mianes was, who had never run before, was also selected, but ultimately was not appointed to the vacancy in seat 6. Prior to that, we had Councilman George Lopez, also who had not been a candidate until then, who was appointed by then Mayor Pizzi, and then we had the original appointment to a vacancy, which was Doc Cook, for a very short period of time there by Mayor Wayne Slayton. So this is the first time that this has ever been opened up to the broader public for anyone who would like to serve to go ahead and put their name forward. We had 8 applications come out of that process, and the application was fairly comprehensive as far as explaining what it is that you would like to do if appointed, and also, divulging your level of involvement in the town of Miami Lakes right up until the appointment. We had about a week or so for candidates to prepare and fill out the application and submit it. By December 23rd, I went ahead and met with my colleagues, also something that has never been done. There's never been a sunshine meeting that I'm aware of between a mayor and his colleagues to go ahead and determine who should be named to this seat. But we went ahead and did that, and we had a meeting of the majority of the council there, in which the 2 top contenders that emerged from that discussion were ultimately Alex Sanchez and Naip Hassan. Those were the 2 top contenders of the 8 that had applied. And from there, they told me if I selected one of them, they would support it. They both had excellent service records. That's not to say that none of the other candidates had excellent service records, right? Ms. Colon, who's here in the audience today, has been very involved for a long time in the town of Miami Lakes, especially with Zonta, and has also, again, put her name forward and shown that she's not a coward, that she has courage by running not only in a special election, but in a November election. To answer Mr. Cruz's point, no, I would like Mr. Cruz, though, to please hear me out, because I want him to understand why you had 6 candidates in the spring special election, but not in November, right? When you run in November, unlike when you would have had to in the spring, you have to be out there for early voting for 2 weeks, 12 hours a day, nonstop, right? It's a much longer campaign where you have to appeal to a much broader electorate than the 10, 13% that came out to vote in the spring, right? So there were a few candidates, more than a few candidates clearly, who felt that running in spring was an easier opportunity than running in November. And that is why you see constantly that increase in the number of candidates running in these off-year elections, and why you have less and less, unfortunately, willing to throw their names into a November election. So I just wanted to take a moment to address that. But getting back to Mr. Sanchez, I think ultimately what swayed me, and I think what swayed a majority of my colleagues, is the fact that the voters have not yet had an opportunity to weigh in on his election, right? At the end of the day, he comes to us with a clean slate. Unfortunately, the other candidates that have previously run, while they have garnered votes, they have demonstrated courage. At the end of the day, the community has said no. And so I think they deserve an opportunity to have a new candidate that they can then, cast judgment on his votes, and make a decision at that point. Which, by the way, the prior nominee for seat 6 had pledged, even though it was for a shorter period of time, had pledged not to run again. And yet, that person would have been casting votes on items like the PISI litigation and other budget priorities that would have had long-term implications on the town, and voters would never have an opportunity to cast judgment to either hold that person accountable for their votes or not. So I think Mr. Sanchez, who has pledged to run again, and that was a question in the application, I think in 2 years or 1.5 years, however much it is exactly, I think voters at that point will be getting the opportunity to cast their vote for him and determine whether or not they want to keep him or not, to render judgment on his record. And I think personally he's going to do well. He's a veteran, been very involved in our community, neighborhood improvement, the Veteran Affairs Committee. He was our Grand Marshal. He was a Volunteer of the Year. The list goes on. He's a decorated Navy veteran at that. So I think I think he's a good candidate, and I agree with my colleagues that he should be appointed. And now, ultimately, that was back on December 23rd when we had our meeting. Ultimately, is the decision of this body if we want to go ahead and continue in supporting Mr. Sanchez. I think we should, because I also think, and I want to take a moment to address this, and I apologize that my remarks are running long, but there's a lot to address, right? There's a lot that's been made about the fact that I voted to say no to the prior nominee. I just want to be clear. It was not say yes to a special election to say yes to a special election, but rather I just simply did not agree that the nominee at that time was appropriate to fill in that position. One of them was, as I mentioned, that candidate was not, or that nominee was not going to be running again, and therefore voters would not have an opportunity to render judgment on their record, despite the fact that they would be voting on a variety of long-term issues. Additionally, that candidate, compared to Mr. Sanchez's record, I think was not as involved as she could have been. And lastly, what I will say on that is, if you recall, for those of you that go back into my remarks, my issue was continuity. So the issue that she was not running again was a big one for me. And the issue of the lack of institutional knowledge that we would have left after the election, which would basically be myself and Mr. Garcia, as we have now, I had concerns about that amount of institutional knowledge leaving this dais come November. And because the special election would have gotten a candidate in there for the next 2 years, and ultimately was Vice Mayor Morera, it felt appropriate at the time to bolster the amount of institutional knowledge on this dais to go with the special election. But it wasn't about choosing the special election, right? It was about choosing to have the best qualified candidate in this position and within the grounds of the charter. Again, the mayor is required to nominate. Within 30 days, the council says yes or no as soon as that nomination is made. And if the council says no, then within 90 days, or as soon as practical, we have to have the special election because the charter wants us to fill the vacancy as quickly as possible, right? Instead of having 3-3 votes, because there's different factions or whatever the case is, the charter wants us to move as quickly as possible to fill that vacancy so we're not paralyzed by political gamesmanship. So that is why the mayor is given the first dibs under the charter, if you know, I'll use that term, first dibs, to go ahead and name a potential replacement. But if that person does not garner majority support from his colleagues, from the mayor's colleagues, then ultimately it goes to a special election. But I just wanted to provide that clarity there as far as how our charter, which is our town constitution, works, to explain some of the decisions that I made back last year and around this time, and why I'm going a different route this time, partly because I have to name somebody, and partly because I just think that ultimately he's a good choice for what we have now, and change conditions. We have more experience now on here. Vice Mayor Moreno now has a full carry-forward amendment and a full budget cycle under his belt, which is a complicated process. So now we have three members of the council here who are not going into it fresh. So it's a different circumstance. I think we got a better candidate in my view, and I would urge that we nominate, or rather approve the nomination of Mr. Alex Sanchez to fill the seat 4 vacancy. That is my motion.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Morena. Discussion. Mr. Vice Mayor, do you want to go first?
I'll reserve.
I'll go ahead.
Councilman Hersberg.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, give my thought process on the vote. First, you're right. You made it a transparent process, and I appreciate that. And we had that sunshine meeting the 23rd and discussed the candidate. And to be very candid, I've said this to Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez is not my first choice, right? And I told you that. I actually like Mr. Hassan. I thought I liked that he ran before, right? And I've received various calls from residents about Mr. Sanchez, about Mr. Hassan, but the vast majority of those calls have been, oh, the mayor should have picked one person over the other. I've only received one resident that says we should just have a special election, right? So the way I see it is, just because you didn't pick my first choice doesn't mean it should be a no vote. You pick someone who's qualified, you pick someone who's committed, you pick someone that literally puts his life on the line, all right, for our country. He's clearly committed to this town, and I do believe he would do a good job. But I want everyone to realize something, and I did some digging into history. In special elections in Miami-Dade County since 2018, there have been 8 special elections for open council seats since 2018 in Miami-Dade County. 6 of them were required by charter. I went back and looked at the charter of those towns, and 6 of them were required. The council did not have a choice. Otherwise, there's been 2 special elections where the council had a choice. Do we want a special election? Do we want to appoint? City of Miami in 2023. Let's not get into City of Miami politics. And the town of Miami Lakes in 2024. That's it. So having an appointment is the norm. A council voluntarily entering into a special election is not the norm. And I think one thing that is crucial for the town and for this body, we're literally on our first day for half of us, right? If we vote no, we're throwing ourselves into politics on day one. We've seen how a political council works. It's not that effective. And I think the last thing that we need is to throw ourselves into a special election. It would be 6 election days in Miami Lakes in less than a year, or about a year's time. And I honestly don't know if the town residents want another election. They voted for you. They knew, or we assume they knew, that whoever won that race, right, whether if yourself you won or Vice Mayor Fernandez, they had the power to appoint, and based off the approval of the council. This is the power the charter grants you. We can have a discussion about changing the charter in the future. I think we can look at other town charters and see when we should require a special election, when we shouldn't, especially in this type of situation where someone has to resign the run. But ultimately, that's a discussion for November. We have a fully qualified applicant who's committed. I believe he will do a good job. So I'll be voting for Mr. Sanchez because it's what makes sense for this town. And, it's a good choice.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Fernandez and then Councilman Quadra.
Okay, thank you. This is, you know, we were elected, and in my case, I didn't have an opponent, but I'm here to make a decision. It's no secret that I was a big supporter of the previous candidate, Miriam Llanes. She served on the Planning and Zoning Board. She chaired it before me, and she did an amazing job. I thought she was very, very competent, but that's, you know, you and I disagreed with there. That's not something that we are going to make a decision on today. I've heard from many constituents. I had one resident call me and ask me to call everyone, because there were 2 candidates that received from the same resident more than one letter of support. So I was asked to call each of those residents that actually gave 2 letters of support, one for Mr. Sanchez and one for Mr. Hassan, and the majority stated that they would confirm Alex. And these are trusted members of the town, people that I really look up to. So I'm going to support I'm going to confirm the appointment.
Councilman Quadra Garcia.
Thank you, Council. I want to start by saying what Colonel William Perez said. He doesn't envy any of us today here. But I'm going to give it all clear to this body, okay? I'm going to give you what my heart has to say. I happened to talk to Mr. Sanchez, fine young man. I've read his application. So did I read the rest of the other 8. They're all qualified. Actually, you happen to be in the same branch that my dad served for 23 years. So I give you my salute to you. But I got to do something that is what the people have asked me. And I'm going to tell the people, you guys, very clearly. I went out and I knocked on doors, and who put me on this chair was the people. So my words that you're going to hear from me today, they might not be your big words, but they're going to be from my heart. We've been talking about, you know, money, et cetera, et cetera. And by the way, Mr. Sanchez, I think I wish you the best, but I have to come here and do what the people want me to do. I got a call the other day, and a lady said to me, "Aren't you the gentleman with that real famous phrase, 'Give me 3% of your trust, and I will earn the other 97? I said, "Yes." So make sure that day you do the right thing. So the right thing, to make a long story short, what I'm going to say, somebody said about institutional knowledge. You know, we're talking about money. I made a little bit of a mathematical equation here. If we go to a special election, the first one, and we have to do a runoff, the first one will cost us about $1 and change in the whole year. If it goes to a runoff, it's going to be about $60-something thousand. It's going to cost about $2 and change to all of us. But let's move forward. We have an individual in this chamber that has more institutional knowledge than a lot of us. She was a former councilwoman. That's what I'd like to support, okay, for her to run out that term. That way we don't have to spend the money that we're talking about. So let's consider having her run out that term. If that can't be done, I don't know if it can be done or not, Mr. Attorney, then from there, my choice is going to be for us to go to a special election. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Quadra Garcia. Councilman Garcia?
Through the chair, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, thank you so much for the explanation and for putting together that process that you did and the explanation you gave to everybody. I think what makes Miami Lakes special is the amount of volunteers and people that have stepped up throughout the years to not only serve in committees, but actually run for office. And there's a lot of you who have served us here as council members, and also those who have run, vice mayors. I mean, it's so amazing how much the love for the town inspires us to run. The new council person is going to have to deal with 2 budget cycles, a charter review, the 2035 plan, dealing with the new sheriff and how that's going to affect us, our police force. The numerous projects when it comes to stormwater that we still have to finish, park projects. I mean, tens and tens of millions of dollars of your taxpayer money that we have to make decisions on. I've met with Alex, and I want to thank you for participating. We've spoken in length, and I told him exactly how I feel. The right to vote to me is the most important. The right for the residents to actually decide on the vote. We need to do a better job of participation, and yes, special elections don't have the turnout that a regular election does. But it does not take away the importance of giving the right to vote to the residents. To me, it's that simple. As for the costs, I understand it is a cost, but I think the process of letting the residents decide is worth that cost. I'm not worried about what happened in the past. I'm worried about what's best right now. What I believe is best right now, I'd like my colleagues to consider that before you make your vote, is, are we giving residents the chance? And as Councilman Garcia said, there are other council members that still have an opportunity to run, or people have run in the past, or like we always have, new faces that always step up when they're called on to run and knock on doors and to earn the trust of the residents. To me, it's that simple. Sir, you are extremely qualified, no doubt. You're a wonderful Miami Laker, no doubt. The first thing I told you when we met is, this is how I feel. So there was no, you knew how I felt from the beginning, and and we still talked for about an hour after that. So I will be voting no, not because of this individual's talent and what he brings to the table, but because I want the residents, again, to have the right to choose their next council person because of all of the issues for the next 2 years that are going to set the tone for the next 20 years in Miami Lakes. And that's the only reason why I would vote no on this, and I would support a special election at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
I don't really think I need to go too much into Alex. Enough's been said. The guy is more than qualified, as were many of the applicants. I want to talk about reality a little bit. Number one, through the mayor to Councilmember Cuadra Garcia, the charter's pretty clear. The nomination has already been made, and it cannot be withdrawn because the 30 days have passed. We cannot now turn around and nominate somebody else. The nomination's been made, and the question on the table is yes or no to the nomination that's been made. End of story. And we are all free to vote however we want. On a final point, costs. I've heard the numbers get thrown around. We were provided with the actual numbers today of my election back in April. And by the way, I do say this as someone who went through a special election. And while yes, it may seem like the easy road to many who throw their hat into that race, it comes with its own set of challenges, because while the regular campaign season is quite long, this one is a sprint without taking a chance to stop and breathe. It consumes you because you cannot stop, because you don't have time to stop. You don't have time to eat. I was eating while knocking on doors. Sometimes I got invited into houses for cafecito and croquetas, and that was great. But it is a tough process as well. And not to say that I'm any less deserving of the seat, but one of the problems with these special elections is the rate of participation. One of the biggest challenges that I faced was getting people out to the polls. And one of the reasons for that is because this town council in January of last year voted to provide exactly 0 days of early voting which is one of the mechanisms by which we most improve public participation. So when we talk about these numbers, 37,000, 36,000, or the total of 74,000, which combines the original election day with the runoff election date, we're leaving out that, are we just gonna say we're gonna have one election day? Or are we gonna properly give the voice to the people as has been suggested, and improve public participation by including early voting days and footing the bill for it? Because if you do that, then it's not gonna be 37,000 for the first one and 36,000 for the second one, for a total of 74,000. No. We are talking about 150,000 and up. And I'm sorry, I'd rather repair some sidewalks. I'd rather get down to the business of governing, rather than the politics of selecting who gets to sit up here. I yield my time.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
The vice mayor brings up a good point. Is there any way I can put a motion to add 3 days of early voting to the process if we vote yes on the special election?
No, because it's not germane to the existing motion, which is solely on whether or not to vote for.
Okay. That'll be after the fact.
Yes,
If-
so we
if-
have to
if it's a-
dispose of that motion before we can even get there.
Thank you, Mayor.
Although I'm glad to see that you've become a believer in early voting as well now. But with that said, I just want to acknowledge two former colleagues of mine that I just saw in the audience. The first is our vice mayor and my former opponent, who has been very gracious, Mr. Tony Fernandez. Please stand and be recognized. I also want to acknowledge a very good friend of mine who I did not see. Orlando's kind of a big person, so I didn't see you in behind there. But that would be Councilwoman Ruano. Please stand. And as I close and we get ready to vote, the one thing I just want to say, though, is, and this specifically to those of you who don't know the relationship that Marilyn and I have, right? Marilyn and I have been good friends since I got here. It took a little while for us to get to know each other better and whatnot, but we quickly became fast friends, especially because being in the trenches will do that to you, right? And more importantly, I still consult her on a regular basis, right? I still go to her, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? I do the same thing with former Vice Mayor Luis Collazo. I like to seek out their input on things, and Marilyn and I did talk about the appointment, right? And at the time, it was not something that we agreed was appropriate for what she needed right now in life, right? Of course, the future is always open to her, and ultimately, I was very clear that I would select from whoever had applied, in this process that we had just gone through, and of course, she chose not to apply right now. But she's still very much involved. As far as I still consult her as often as possible. I know for a fact that many of you are also calling her as often as possible. It's almost like you never left, right? But as the vice mayor pointed out, once the nomination has been made and the 30 days has passed, there's no turning back. And I wish, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, that you would still, agree to what we had stated. I mean, of course, you're free to change your mind, but we did discuss that it was either going to be Mr. Hassan or Mr. Sanchez. So, of course, it's your vote, and like you said, the voters elected you as they elected me and everyone else up here, and so you do with it what you will. But I just wanted to make that very clear that we had discussed this, and there was no objection raised at the time. With that said, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this question.
So the motion to approve the nomination of Mr. Alejandro Sanchez, Council Member Hirschberg.
Yes.
Council Member Garcia.
No.
Council Member Cuadra Garcia.
No.
Council Member Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you all. At this time, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess. Mr. Sanchez has to work with the clerk to get formally brought on board. and he will begin joining us as quickly as possible. Do any of my colleagues, though, prior to us going on this brief recess, have anything that they want to add as a moment of personal privilege?
Yes, I have a moment of personal privilege that I'd like to request very briefly
Sure.
on the council member report regarding Miami Lakes goes to Harvard. I think that this is actually an ideal moment to bring it up, and I know he's in the room. So with that being said, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but there's a superstar in the room with us, and that's Maurice Acosta. He's been involved in our town for many years, has been involved with the YATF as well as many things around the town, and he recently got the news that he was accepted to Harvard University, and I think that he deserves our recognition.
Congratulations. And wait, Claudia Luces, over there, before you leave. Yeah, can you come over here? I believe you were saying that there are others in the room that are also going to Ivy League, or I just want to clarify that. One, she's. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, if you want, I'll shoot you a text later and figure out in more detail what you want. I thought that there were others that also were going to an Ivy League that you wanted to recognize. Okay, no worries. With that, let's take a 5-minute recess so everyone can congratulate Mr. Sanchez for joining the council, and also he can do what he needs to do with the clerk. Thank you. 5 minutes. That would be at 7:57 sharp. Okay, everyone, we are going to swear in our new council member. If you can take your conversations outside of the chambers, we can get started right away. Thank you. And we'll have an opportunity for some photos shortly after the informal swearing in. There will be a formal swearing in at a later date.
So we're going to start with the swearing in of Mr. Alejandro Sanchez. So just repeat after me. I, and state your name,
I, Alejandro Sanchez,
a citizen of the state of Florida
a citizen of the state of Florida
and of the United States of America,
and of the United States of America,
and duly nominated and confirmed council member of the town of Miami Lakes,
council member of the town of Miami Lakes,
do hereby solemnly swear or affirm
do hereby solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Florida
and of the state of Florida
and the charter of the town of Miami Lakes.
and the charter of the town of Miami Lakes.
Okay, now we're going to proceed with your signature. Congratulations, Council Member Sanchez.
Okay, we're going to take some quick photos as a new council, and then we will continue with tonight's proceedings so we can get out of here at a decent time. So.
Councilmember Sanchez, please take your seat on the dais.
All right. So welcome back, everybody, and congratulations to, pardon me, one second. You know, and I just want to welcome our new council member, Mr. Alex Sanchez, who is joining us.
Welcome.
Again, we will have a more formal swearing in for him at a later time, but we just needed to operate at a full council again, which is in line with what the charter wants us to do. With that, we're going to introduce a few, a few new members of staff. First, I want to introduce my own assistant. His name is also Josh, but he's Josh Villorin. He comes to us by way of Green Spoon Motor, correct? And prior to that also, however, was involved in a variety of other government offices, including Congressman Diaz-Balart. He was an intern at one point for former city manager Jimmy Morales, who is now our currently county operations manager. So he comes to us with a lot of experience and a very promising future, somebody who, again, will become my new right hand at Town Hall. And so I hope you'll please join me in welcoming him to the town of Miami Lakes. Okay, so we're on item 7 now, appointments. I will now read out the names of those who were previously appointed. These are people who have fulfilled all conditions to serve on our advisory boards. We will begin with Miguel Martinez to the Blasting Advisory Board, appointed by Councilmember Garcia. Marley Hernandez, appointed to the Mental Health Task Force by Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Mr. Romero Cruz to the Planning and Zoning Board by Councilmember Ray Garcia. Congratulations to those individuals if they're in the room. Now, we do have some individuals here that some of the council members would like to appoint, but they require a waiver. I will begin actually from the bottom up because I'm a bit more clear on why the waiver is required. But Mr. Edwin Julian Orr is being appointed to the Blasting Advisory Board by Councilmember Fernandez. And I just wanted the clerk to please state for the record what the issues were there. And then, of course, if there's a motion, to go ahead and make a motion to waive and a second. So, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it was explained to us that Mr. Edwin Julian Ore will be attending, first of all, the BAB meeting on January 27th. So if he gets approved, it's with that condition that he needs to comply and go to the meeting, but as well that he does not meet the qualifications A, B, and C of Section 12. Reading it into the record, he is not a resident of the town, he's not employed by the town, and he does not own a business or property located in the town. So we're just asking the waiver for the council, if they do desire, to waive the Section 11 of the committee rules.
So just to be clear, the motion to waive will waive the requirement about residency or employment within the town, right? Or being a business or property owner within the town.
Correct.
However, he would, in order to actually join the board, he would still need to attend one more meeting.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand that. Councilmember Fernandez, this is your nominee, so why don't you go ahead and make the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. The fact is that he lives just north of the town, so he's a resident of Palm Springs North. Certainly affected by the blasting, there's no question about that. I think he's going to serve the committee well. He has great experience, so I'm looking forward to his confirmation.
So that's your motion?
For us to confirm the appointment.
Okay, and waive the rule, correct?
And waive the rule.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just briefly.
Councilman Hersberg.
Councilman Fernandez, just a little bit, because the board is small. I actually will be appointing someone that also lives in PSN, so that makes a lot of sense. And I'm fine with waiving that rule. I'm not fine at all ever waiving the rule of attending the meeting. But a little bit more about how he wants to be involved, or it be because I want to say that the blasting board does have an exception for people that have a specific skill or interest, expertise. So even that board specifically, you don't necessarily have to waive these rules for the board. But if you just give us a little bit of background, as long as it's not waiving the attendance requirement, I'm okay.
No, I'm not requesting that. In regards to his experience, may I, Mayor?
Absolutely, you're recognized.
Thank you. In regards to his experience, if I recall correctly, I'd have to go back to my emails. I did speak to him, and we communicated by email as well. He is an engineer, some capacity, so yeah. So he.
All right, you're good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I needed to hear.
You got it. So the nomination of Mr. Edwin Julian Orr has been made by Councilmember Fernandez. It has been seconded by Councilmember Garcia, along with a waiver of the rules pertaining to committee members. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, no. Seeing none, the motion carries. Now we're moving on to Mr. Giancarlo Rodriguez being appointed to the Public Safety Committee by Councilmember Ray Garcia, who also requires a waiver. Madam Clerk, can you please explain what the waivers are as to that nominee?
Yes, Mr. Giancarlo Rodriguez is very active. He has been participating as a volunteer, not as a committee member in another committee in the last year. And Councilmember Garcia told us that he would like to appoint him to the public safety. He does not meet the Section 11 of the committee rules requirement. He's not a resident, he's not employed in the town, and he does not own a business. He did state for the record to Mr. Martinez, Alexis, and I that his intention is to be moving into the town soon. And I believe he shared that as well with Councilmember Garcia, and I shared it with Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you
So
for
he
the
would
explanation.
require.
Thank you for the explanation. Councilmember Garcia, this is your nominee, so please go ahead and make any motions and offer any support for your motion that you can.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for being here and for obviously, participating and volunteering in the town. I know you're trying to move into the town, and you're waiting on some accommodations to be able to move into that apartment. So I appreciate you. So yes, Giancarlo has been a volunteer here in the town for the last couple years, and public safety is something that he feels strongly about. And although he doesn't live in the town now, he's actively seeking a residence in to live in the town, and just waiting on some accommodations to do that. So I would ask for the waiver of the rules to allow him to, again, move in, become part of the committee, Public Safety Committee, at this time.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is my understanding that Mr. Rodriguez is here?
He's right there.
All right.
You want to raise your hand, sir?
Hi, how you doing? How quickly do you believe that you'll be moving into the town, if I may ask?
There you go.
Okay, excellent. Okay, for the
Welcome.
residents watching live or watching in the future, he said he will be moving in next week. So this is not a huge waiver in terms of the residency requirement. And again, previously with the Blasting Advisory Board, it is a board that affects multiple communities and some.
Public safety.
No, I'm just pointing out, the waivers here, right? I want us to get into the habit of waiving rules because it kind of defeats the purpose of them, right? So I'm just explaining, again, that in the Blasting Advisory Board case, some of our strongest volunteers for that cause have actually come from PSN, Mr. Miguel Martinez being one of them right here. And I think that makes sense. And then in the case of Mr. Rodriguez, he's moving in next week. So this is a sensible waiver, and I'll be supportive. With that, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Edwin Julian Orr. Are you here? Okay, there we go. Congratulations to both of you. Now, one final matter on the appointments. Individuals to be appointed contingent on complying with committee rules. Madam Clerk, please explain the deficiencies with these particular nominees.
Yes, and I'm going to go in the order of the sheet that we prepared. Mr. Daniel Montecelo is going to be appointed to the Blasting Advisory Board by Councilmember Hertzberg, and he will be attending the next BAB meeting taking place January 27th. If he complies with the committee rules. The next appointment is from, do you want me to just go briefly one by one? They're very simple.
Again, it is my understanding that we
Okay.
won't be voting on these. This is just noting that they can't officially take a seat on
Correct.
the boards until they fulfill these requirements. But the other ones
Correct.
needed a vote because they require a waiver.
I cannot deliver the swearing in that I do with the committee members unless they comply with all the committee rules. So Miss Kimberly Treyes, Special Needs Advisory Board by Councilmember Ray Garcia. We're waiting for her background check. Once it is completed, then she will be able to be sworn in. And Mr. Rafael J. Schuck, who also wants to be appointed to the Economic Development Committee by Councilmember Angelo Cuadra Garcia. He needs to attend the January 28th meeting. They do that, everything will be fine, and the clerk will swear them in.
Excellent. So you've read the names into the record, and I just want to tentatively congratulate those volunteers for joining. Again, we don't need to vote on them. And I saw Mr. Shook here earlier. Is he still present?
He was here.
He left? Okay. Well,
and
congratulations to all of you. Mr. Vice Mayor, you have a moment of personal privilege you'd like to take?
Point of clarification,
Okay.
Madam Clerk, make sure you double check Kimberly Trey's name spelling. I believe her first and last name are misspelled.
Yes, I will. We will check that. And Mayor Dieguez, I just wanted to state for the record, because it was brought to my attention, and transparency in government is priority for us. I did swear in Mr. Miguel Martinez, I want to say a week ago, to the Blasting Advisory Board and he was appointed by Councilmember Ray Garcia. Of course, we all know that he was a previous chair for many years, and he has a specific skill in Blasting Advisory Board, as I believe Councilmember Hertzberg mentioned, but I just wanted to state that for the record. He's not a resident, so if we do need a waiver, this is a moment to do so. It was just called to my attention, so I want to full disclosure.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now on item 8B. That would be the Mental Health Task Force report, which was moved up earlier. Is Lindsay here? Okay, the Colonel will take it. Excellent. The floor is yours, sir.
Unfortunately, the chairwoman had to step out to deal with some family issues. I think you already were aware of that. Really, it's what we want to put on is what we call Responding with Compassion workshop. It's actually being done with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. And it's basically dealing with the, kind of educating the public about the new unit that the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office has that helps respond to those having a mental health crisis. It's could be part of the Baker Act, may not be part of the Baker Act, but it's a group of men and women who are specifically trained to deal with somebody who's going through a mental health crisis. Either the family member contacts them, or they're found doing something that causes the local population to be alert and contact the police officers. This workshop would be held about May 15th. It'll be here in Chambers. We'll set up basically a lecture type situation with as well as kind of providers as well outside. And we will also be providing some small snacks and coffee for the lecture. It's going to be open to basically a lot of mental health providers in the local town, and basically we just need your approval to do that. So I would ask that you would approve that, do a motion to approve the May 15th Responding with Compassion workshop.
Bill, just through the mayor, if I may, just to clarify something or make the public aware, there is no funding request here. You're funding this through sponsorships.
Yes, correct.
I'll move to approve the item.
I'll second.
The motion has been, or rather, the item has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Councilmember. The other item is the town received a grant from the federal government on opiate reduction. Your mental health task force fall festival, not everyone got to attend it. A lot of the folks, the previous councilman did. We had several professionals and agencies that were there, sponsors, who specifically deal with drug addiction and specifically deal with opiate reduction. What I'm asking is that the town, consider to allocate some of that fund to the fall festival that we're going to have. It's now become a permanent item. It's in October. I can't recall what month we agreed on this year. What day we agreed on this year. They allocate some of that funding to help support that so we can make it even bigger and better than it was last year. I leave it up to the town manager to decide how much funding would be available for that, if any, that they can put to that budget item. We have a line item for it. in our proposed budget for the Mental Health Task Force Fall Festival, and I thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
I'd like to move to direct the town manager to inquire with staff on how much of that fund is still available, and how much can or should be appropriated for this fund.
I'll second the item.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries.
Thank you very much,
Congratulations,
gentlemen.
Thank you very much. And if my colleagues will indulge me, if we can move just slightly out of order, the town manager has asked that we simply do the staff introductions for the new hires really quickly, and then we can continue with the agenda. If there's no objection, I'd like to proceed in that way. Seeing none, Mr. Manager, go ahead.
Yeah, this is something that we just try and introduce new staff members. Normally, we have one, maybe two max. We have 7 this time. It's been several months since we've had a meeting. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to call out, give you a brief description of the person, and have them stand up so you can make the connection of putting the face with the name. The first new staff member is Idalis Navarro. She's our Marketing and Digital Services Specialist in Communications and Community Affairs. She replaced Jonathan. Next we have Noah Makloff. I hope I pronounced that correct. He's also in Community Affairs Department. He replaced Jacob, and that's a part-time position. Next we have Isabella Creighton. She's a Town Committee Liaison. She replaced Gabby, who went to Finance, replacing somebody who went to be my assistant, who replaced somebody who went to procurement. So, yeah, and that proves that we try and hire from within as much as possible, but ultimately, at the end of the day, there's one final domino that falls. We have Alexis Martinez, that all of you have become well aware of and know him very well. He replaced Victoria. We have Aaron Borno, who's our Arbor Coordinator in Parks and Recreation. He replaced Andres Piñero, who went to become our Parks and Athletic Manager, so another domino hire there. We have Taylor Fowler, our Programs Coordinator in Parks and Recreation. She replaced Kiera Rodriguez, who went off to be a mom. We also have, finally, Justin Telleria, our Transportation Coordinator. He's working in planning together with Susana. He's replacing Olivia, who went to replace Renee. So those are our new staff members. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Congratulations and welcome to the town of Miami Lakes. With that, we are now back on the order of business as amended twice, which was item 8A, the Blasting Advisory Board report. You are recognized.
Good evening. My name is Francesca Ortega. I'm the Vice Chair for the Blasting Advisory Board. It's a privilege. Sorry. It's a privilege to stand before you guys today and be able to issue this report. We've accomplished so much in 2024. One of the great things about our committee is that we are a group of diverse individuals, and each one of us possess a very special role. So we're each in charge of different areas. I look forward to these new members that are being appointed today, meeting them in the next meeting. We began the year last year with a huge accomplishment and milestone, which was attending the inaugural Tallahassee workshop that was coordinated thanks to Representative Fabricio. It was a critical step in bringing us towards, in front of the state legislature and addressing the issue at a state level which had never been accomplished before. Locally, we've worked tirelessly to build partnerships and expand awareness throughout the community, especially in the affected neighborhoods. Through outreach with local municipalities like the City of Homestead, Miramar, as well as Doral, we've built alliances with these organizations to help further the message and create a united front. Just last week, we met with City of Miramar, and we assisted them in a presentation that they have in front of their council members. They hadn't met them in about a year to go over their progress and reevaluate their strategy, and we were able to assist them as a resource in the end that eventually we would unite forces and work together. Obviously, we also conduct a lot of community outreach outside of the BAB because every member of the BAB lives in a community that's highly affected by blasting. I want to also bring up Miguel, who's going to provide an update. He's the past chair of the board, and he's gonna go over some of our future plans that we have and our future goals. But before I get to that, I wanted to kind of like go over the strategic community engagement that we've done, because we've partnered with other entities to create social media campaigns, work with the PSN Civic Association, as well as our local HOAs to increase awareness. I wish we could have presented while more residents were here to encourage them to also come forward and speak to us and get involved, because these videos illustrating damages to people's properties have created a big impact and awareness in our community.
Thank you. Miguel Martinez. First, I want to congratulations on the election. We're in a peculiar situation, or location, I guess, if you will, as a BAB. As most of you members were past members of our board, so you're well aware of what we're dealing with and what's going on. However, as you are aware, one of the biggest things is showing the community that we're actually advancing. There is progress. And the doubts are constant, and we feel it, we hear it, we get it all the time. So one of the things that we're focusing on, a focus that we've had that we're looking at this year, is just that, continuing the outreach and partnerships. So Councilman Herzberg, I want to thank you, because I know you've been reaching out to other municipalities, but I will share with you guys that today I was reached out by Miami-Dade County. And Miami-Dade County is looking at establishing ordinances proper for the blasting regulations. I will continue to contact and be in communication with them to see what other assistance I'm going to provide them. We're looking with the last year, or this past year, recommendations were given to the council by this committee. And we encourage you to continue to move forward with these recommendations. And again, working with us, any questions that may arise, that we're here to answer them. We want to continue with the strategic community engagement, going with the other communities and partnering with the other affected areas. It's essential that we continue doing so. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I have
Mr. Attorney, you're recognized.
Yeah. I dealt with this committee the other day for almost 2 hours. And I can tell you the technical knowledge, the hard work, the time, the devotion that they put into this is unmatched by any committee in the town. And it's probably the one that gets the least amount of, let's call it pub, all right? But the knowledge that they possess, the assets that they bring to me for the pending issues that we may be discussing later is invaluable. And they really should be applauded for everything they do, because it is above and beyond, and they really bring a lot to the table. And for that, I got to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition. And now that you've applauded us, we have 2 requests. That was not planned at all, I promise.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
The first request is that you guys revert to the old attendance ruling. Because we are a small group, now we have additional members that we welcome with open arms. We've had issues meeting quorum because, you know, some members don't show up, and then our time is lost and we have to wait a whole month before we can reconvene and continue business. So obviously going back to the attendance rule of 3 or more unexcused absences gets you off a board would be super beneficial for us, and I'm sure maybe some other committees may agree with that. And the second ask is that We have a budget of $7,500 that's reserved for travel that we will utilize coming soon to Tallahassee trips, but we request that a small portion of that be allowed to be applied to a workshop, because we've been working with Council Member Herzberg on calling out to a lot of communities, municipalities to get together and discuss, our united front going forward. And we can't really do that if we can't utilize a small portion of the funds to allocate it for certain things, so.
Okay, well, we have an item already on the committee rules, as you may or may not know, with Councilman Herzberg who's proposing it, so we will be hearing that a little later tonight.
Okay.
So we will take that up at that point. Okay. And as far as your budget request, how soon are you looking to do the town hall? Because remember that we have our carry forward amendment process coming up soon, as well as our budget process later this year. So is this something that is urgent, or?
But it's money from within your current budget, right?
Yeah.
Just to move money from one line to
Okay.
another. So
Yeah.
do it through your liaison, there's a process. It's really
Okay.
easy. Next month, we'll just address it and approve it.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah, we do that all the time. Tonight, there's one on the agenda for the Cultural Affairs Committee.
Oh,
When they
okay.
transfer, not extra money, it's moving money
Right.
from one item to
Yes.
another, within your own budget.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you for your service.
Okay, yeah, so you're good there. Thank you, thank you all.
Welcome back, Miguel.
Yes. Miguel, he just wanted you to know, welcome back.
Welcome back. We missed you.
Okay, we're out of committee reports, and we are now on item 14F. That is the Vice Mayor's item. Vice Mayor Morera, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right. We had a couple people come and speak on this item, and I do want to apologize to Ms. Treyes. I do know that I think you had told me you had childcare until 8, but shows your passion for this issue, the fact that you're still here beyond that time. So this item is about the fact that as of right now, retail use is prohibited in office zones. That is a reasonable restriction, and it's reasonable because the demands that retail places on office buildings is quite severe, especially when it comes to parking. However, after the pandemic, we saw the birth of a new kind of industry, an industry where it's a primarily online brand with a very limited physical footprint, a footprint which is primarily designed to showcase the goods, show you, hey, this is what I got. Oh, you want to place an order? Cool, go online. As opposed to your traditional brick and mortar. Notwithstanding, when those kind of businesses try to open in Miami Lakes, they're classified as retail. Therefore, they're not permitted to open in the RO 13 and RO 50 zone districts, which is the primary office zones in the town of Miami Lakes. Additionally, if anyone here has ever rented commercial property, you know that the price per square foot of retail zoned locations is incredibly high, and it is a cost burden that most of these small businesses, which they are small businesses for the most part by their very nature, cannot shoulder. So you end up with they end up in a catch-22. They, rather than supporting, right, as of this moment, these kinds of businesses are being shut down in the town. Rather than supporting and promoting this segment of the business community, the town's currently shutting these businesses down. They're priced out of the zoning districts that allow retail, and they're shut down in the office zones. They're essentially being told, you're not welcome here. And I think everyone on this dais prides themselves on saying that we are a business-friendly town. Well, let's put our money where our mouth is, because to remedy the situation, I'm proposing that the town code should be amended to create a new type of use called limited retail. If someone has a more creative name, let me know. And make it a permitted use in the RO 13 and the RO 50 zoning districts. I attached a proposed ordinance. I am willing to discuss potential changes to it, any additions that you want to make to it, modifications, etc. And I will get into the specifics in a moment. But this ordinance would set forth a system that allows these businesses to flourish while ensuring that the traditional retail uses, that the burden or the overburdening of the existing infrastructure by typical or traditional retail uses don't come to play here, and rather we can have office buildings with these limited retail uses. And before I do jump into the ordinance itself, in order to prevent further shutdowns of family-owned businesses, family-owned small businesses in our town, while this matter is pending and being considered by the town council, I would like to encourage my colleagues to support the establishment of a 180-day moratorium on the enforcement of the prohibition of retail uses in RO13 and RO50 zoning districts. I'd actually like to make that last part a motion at this stage and see if my colleagues'
So you want to
level of
begin with the
support is.
moratorium first?
Yeah, or if unless further discussion is needed on that part, but I think that it makes sense to start there real quick, get that out of the way, and then move back to the bigger item.
I'll second that motion first. Is there any discussion? Councilman Garcia? Pardon me?
Thank
So
you.
the motion that he's making is just right now solely on, not on creating the district, but solely on the issue of temporarily pausing enforcement, so that I presume we can have a bigger conversation about this. So with that, I'll second the motion, Madam Clerk, and then Councilmember Garcia, you are recognized to discuss.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Questions to the staff. Do we know how many businesses fall under this, would fall under this new designation if this designation was created at this time?
Well, right now, there's, we don't know. We'd have to go and find out. So, but there's probably only a few, because, you know, retail in this zone, there probably shouldn't be. So there was one recently that they were denied their BTR, and that's how that was brought to light. So there probably should not be too many right now. That's
So I guess his question, to rephrase it a different way, is how many businesses right now would benefit from this moratorium? Maybe that's a better way to put it. No?
Thank you. That's good. That's a good
It's
way
the
to say
same
it.
answer.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's.
Well,
I'm just trying to get. What I'm trying to determine is, do we actually need the moratorium, or is it something that, as businesses, as this comes to light, we can educate them while we work on this? I just, is there so many happening that we need a moratorium at this time? Or is it better for the staff to say,
Mr. Manager,
we're working
do you
on
have
this and
anyone
we're
to address
educating
this?
them?
Legal has
Yeah.
something to say.
Listen, I've spoken with the vice mayor. I think it's a good thing for us to look into, but this could have a lot of effects on a lot of businesses. When you are talking about zoning, and you're talking about affecting a zone or allowing a zone, and you affect another business, that business may then have claims, subsequent claims. So I think it's great for us to look at, you know, with Susie and with Danny, and see, you know, how it affects, and then we can come back with you. Maybe the suggestion is a moratorium, but I think we need to understand first the effect of it before you pass it. That's just a suggestion.
Okay, but right now, we're just solely on the issue of the moratorium.
Even the moratorium, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure what that would affect.
And I understand where they're coming from, Mr. Mayor, so if I may, I'd like to withdraw the motion for the moratorium, and instead, I'd like to move for a 100 and, what did I say before? 180-day extension be granted to all active applicants for
BTRs?
BTRs, thank you, in that situation.
Do the attorneys have any objection on that?
I'm sorry, I didn't fully hear the motion. I apologize.
Instead of a broad moratorium that applies to people who haven't, because I get where you're coming from, it could cause a flood of people coming in, you know, even for full retail, kind of the way I had phrased it before. So I actually understand where you were coming from. This is instead specific. The existing ones that have either been denied or given violations or whatnot, just those existing ones, just be granted a 180-day extensions. That way we're not causing new problems.
On BTR applications.
just wanted to consult. So what we can do is we can put a, and we're not gonna shut them down, nothing's gonna happen. We can just put a pause on any type of enforcement for the moment.
For
You
the
know?
BTRs, for
the
for
BTRs.
not having current
Right,
BTRs,
for the
right.
current BTRs.
That is what I move.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion?
Mayor, or Vice Mayor, I'd also like, if you come up with, because I think the next step is gonna be for you, you're gonna work with staff to look at the ordinance and look at potential changes and come to kumbaya moment with our planner who's, you know.
I'm always in kumbaya with our planner.
But then also, if you can put in this provision, is that once a new ordinance is passed, revising this, that then the moratorium would be lifted on
That's
the
what I
pausing of
moved.
BTRs.
That's exactly what I move.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Well, the extension. Yeah. So any discussion? Going once, going twice? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no.
All right.
The ayes have it. Motion carries.
As to the merits of the proposal itself, I did take the liberty of drafting out something just because I always like to overdo things and show up overly prepared. But this is still very fungible. This is for you guys to give me your comment. I'm going to start off at the bottom of page 256 of the agenda, which is somewhere in the middle of the proposed ordinance. This is where I create this use of limited retail, and it's frankly the most important part because it establishes the classification. And this is where I really need, the back and forth with you guys as well as with Susanna and staff on what we need to do here to make sure we don't overburden the office districts with retail uses. I define limited retail as a category of commercial use that permits the retail sale of goods to customers under the following conditions. 1, at least 50% of the establishment's revenue must be derived from online sales. 2, no more than 1 person per 10 square feet of showroom space shall be allowed to enter and or remain within the establishment at any one time, including employees. 3, the establishment must provide adequate parking facilities to meet the needs of all customers and employees without causing congestion or negatively impacting surrounding properties. 4, activities must not generate undue noise or cause strong or unpleasant odors. And 5, food preparation for sale or public consumption is not permitted. If the applicant happens to be a tenant, they must submit a signed acknowledgement form indicating that the landlord is aware of and consents to the intended use. Alternatively, a signed copy of the lease agreement explicitly stating the intended use is acceptable. I did forget to mention earlier, I'm going to move, my motion tonight on this is to have, is to get the council's blessing to have me go and work with staff on turning this into a final version that we can bring as an ordinance in first reading. That's the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, Councilman Garcia, you're recognized in discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Vice Mayor, thank you for looking for alternatives to increase business here in the town. Being nimble is something that we need to do to help small businesses, so I encourage anything that allows us to do that. You brought up some of the items that I was going to ask you about, and I was going to ask staff about, current parking situation, limited customer, how many people are allowed in the building. Also, is there, and I would ask Susanna, are there uses like this, currently successful uses that you've seen being used in other towns and other cities that are trying to be more flexible with their commercial space and retail space, that synergy or I guess, being flexible with that and mirroring them or mixing them both together in that sense?
I haven't done full research, so this is just
Okay.
basically right off the top of my head. I don't have any municipality that actually has this particular definition. I saw that you wrote an ordinance that obviously you got out of somewhere, so I'm curious to see what Oh, that's scary.
He's thinking, uh-oh.
I was hoping you copied and pasted, but okay. So obviously we would have to do and see if, because this is more a question of a comp plan, right? That my concern is gonna be, does this function within the current comp plan, or do we have to do a comp plan amendment as well?
Okay. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of unintended consequences, I would say, that have to do with fees that are required, you know, not only just parking, but there's
Sure.
a lot of other little things. Like one of the things that we use the RO districts for are as a buffer between heavier or more dense commercial districts and residential. Most of our RO districts, if you see where they're situated, they're sort of like creating a barrier to sort of transition from a heavier commercial district, usually a BU2 or a BU1, into something mostly single-family residential. So those are the kinds of considerations that I would look into, because it may be appropriate in some areas, and also my question is, why not just rezone completely? So, you know, what is the upside of just not rezoning versus creating an overlay, which is what we're discussing, right? So I would like to see all those
Sure.
iterations and see which one makes more sense. Again, considering the geography of each individual RO and not just blanket. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for that. So we'll look forward for your report. Mr. Vice Mayor, what I would like to see is if we can bring in the Economic Development Board and also Chamber of Commerce, just to see what business opportunities there are when it comes to this hybrid model. Is it something they feel, or I'm sure they've come across? Perhaps there are also members that say, wow, yeah, if this existed, I would definitely open up my business there. What I would not like to see is one type of business suffer because another is a hybrid, and they're getting, you know, paying less, you know, less, I guess the rent comes down. But so the 50% retail, are you flexible with the 50% retail? Because I think 50% is a lot. And I mean, by appointment, I understand maybe. You know, it's because most of their business is going to be online, you said, and they're going to ship it to the customer?
Yeah.
It's not going to be coming in and buying it from that location?
And yeah, I'm flexible on that number, and yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, if the business community comes in and you know, this might be a hybrid model that really works well and brings in a lot of business, and so I'm open to anything that does that. But if you're flexible with that, because I would 50% I think is a little too much, because you're basically, it's going to be hard to do 50% of the business and only have one or two people come in, unless they do it by appointment. But that means their unit cost is high, right? That means, you know, 8 appointments, 12 appointments a day. That unit cost per sale has to be high in order for them to meet their profit margins and to meet their margins. So, and that's another discussion that we have to have when it comes to that. So, absolutely, I'll be, you know, I'm for exploring it.
And yeah, and to be clear, that's exactly what the motion seeks, is to sit with the town planner, iron out those issues, and come back to you. But I did want to gauge the support of the dais before I went through all that effort.
Councilmember Herzberg, you're recognized in discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I share the same sentiment of Councilman Garcia as the 50%. That's high. The 50, no more, the limitation, right? So is it at least 50% has to be retail, meaning the other 50% could online, excuse me. I mean, the other 50% could be in person. So I think that number is a little too high, potentially. And the other issue is, are we in the ordinance, are we going to request financials to confirm how the 50% is getting there?
Mr. Mayor?
My apologies. You're recognized, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Number one, I want to clarify between the two of you. When you're saying that the 50% is too high, are you saying that the percent of online sales should be greater, meaning 60% should be online, so that only 40% is in person? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I see. Yeah.
Okay, and then cool. And then the other part. What was the other part?
Just so you get my thought process, enforcement of the 50, 60, whatever number we agree on. How do you enforce it? That's
Thank you. I left it intentionally broad to allow our staff to help me help myself in this one, help me generate the enforcement mechanism if necessary within the ordinance, or have town staff, as they do many times with portions of our code, implement a regimen for code for enforcing it.
Got it. I mean, otherwise, I think it's a really good idea. Just those technicalities, and that's all.
Councilmember Fernandez, and before I continue on, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, would you like to speak at some point? Wait. Hold on. But I'm just trying to get an order going here. So would you like to speak at some point on this item? No? Okay. That's all right. Yeah. Councilmember Sanchez, would you like to opine? Okay, so let's go Fernandez and then Sanchez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Certainly, coming from the Planning and Zoning Board, you know, this worries me in some ways. I'm a little bit reluctant, of course, to give a broad permission, and especially when it comes to the threshold of 50%. But I do want to speak specifically, and I wonder if we can make an exception. So, on a case-by-case basis, can we look into? And I'd like to see the staff report and to really, because I know this is very preliminary, but is it possible to do for the staff to make an exception in some cases? Because I do know this store in particular. Ms. Trellis is here, and I know exactly what she's trying to do. I know that most of her business, the vast majority of her business, is online, and I think that she was hoping to just have that space where she can take some pictures, promote it on social media, and possibly have folks order, and she would ship it online. And if someone were to walk in because they were patients of the doctor, the dentist, that perhaps she would get a walk-in in that manner. But I think that it does. The parking is an issue, and how to enforce the threshold that we're trying to establish. But I do think that there is a need for this kind of company, retail, where they have the majority of their sales would be through online shipping, and maybe a very small percentage would be a walk-in. So I support the item. I want to hear more of it.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to applaud the Vice Mayor for an idea of thinking outside the box. Right now, commercial real estate, there's 4 different facets: office, retail, industrial, and mixed use, or more than 4 living dwellings. So this idea helps the one category in commercial real estate that is really taking a dive in the opposite direction that we would like it to see. It's a very big domino, and it's an idea that can help the office building industry, not just with one business, but with multiple. With the idea of how do we enforce the 50-50 rule. Every single year that BTR needs to be removed, it needs to be renewed. At the point of renewal, just an idea, books should be produced showing the percentage of sales that was online versus in the store. Just an idea that I'm putting out there. Once again, Mr. Vice Mayor, I applaud you for thinking outside the box, and you have my full support for this item.
Thank you. And if Mr. Cuadra Garcia is not going to opine on this particular issue, then wait. Perfect. Thank you. I do have some thoughts. Mr. Correa, if you can please come up to the podium. I guess where I'll start my question is are there other avenues available for this type of use to exist in the district?
There's always if an applicant feels that there is a particular reason that their business can or should be allowed to exist within a certain zone, there's always the conditional use process where they can request that. There's also a variance process where that can be afforded to them. And
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm just curious, do you know why this would not be more appropriate through one of those processes for the business in particular that I think because I know this is more legislative in nature, but I know it pertains to an issue that we're having within the town's existing office districts. Do you know why any of the businesses at issue have not pursued either one of those avenues?
Yeah, both Councilmember Fernandez and Councilmember Sanchez have both served on the Planning and Zoning Board, and obviously you have our principal planner here. The way it is phrased under both of these zoning districts, it's all other uses, including retail uses, are hereby prohibited. It's my understanding that when the code phrases it like that, there is no variance. It's just no.
Use variances are prohibited by statute, so we're not allowed to grant any variances based on use.
Meaning, what I just said is correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, a conditional use is a special use that is allowed with conditions. It's not a variance. It's not something,
Correct.
right?
And it doesn't apply here because
Correct.
retail is not allowed. It's
Correct.
strictly prohibited.
Correct.
Okay,
If-
so, yeah.
So just to be clear then, a variance would not be available to any of these businesses, but a conditional use permit would?
Yes.
Wait, I see Susie,
That's
not
a
in
little
agreement.
fast. That's a little fast. Right now, as the code is written, conditional uses for retail in the RO do not exist. We do have one little caveat at the end of the use section that says that special uses can be granted as conditional uses, and so we are allowed to do that. I'm not sure that this one would necessarily qualify because at the end of the day, it still requires the underlying comp plan to allow it. So that's the part that I'm not sure that this, because you still have to comply with the underlying comp plan, which is where I'm thinking most of the resistance would come from, right? So this would be procedurally, in order for this to be allowed, you would have to amend the comp plan first and then the zoning
Okay, well, I'm not gonna continue then on that line of questioning for now. This sounds a lot more involved than we have really the time for tonight.
Yes.
So I'll pledge to work with the vice mayor on this issue with you guys. You know, we'll sunshine the meeting if we have to. I have a lot of concerns, solely because, especially like the part here where it says cannot, or without causing congestion and negatively impacting surrounding properties, I think that's going to be extremely difficult to enforce, not to mention almost any type of additional vehicle you add to a road is going to already automatically violate that. And I can tell you that in the case of 155th Street, where I have my law firm, it gets very challenging there, especially with BB Hearts now in the area. I mean, it's not the worst, but I'll have to have a discussion with staff about some of that because that street is already getting extremely crowded. And, you know, adding retail would definitely be problematic, especially if it's not a higher number of online sales, as Councilmember Garcia and Herzberg were mentioning earlier. But obviously, I'm all for making Miami Lakes where business grows, to borrow that phrase. And so I would love to work with you on this and with staff. And obviously, just to be clear, Mr. Attorney, that voting yes today, because it's a new business item, does not grant any sort of vested rights to the use.
Correct.
Okay.
No, the only thing that you've passed is a moratorium on enforcement of the BTR, and if you decide to
A
move
pause.
forward,
A pause.
a pause.
Yeah.
Right, a pause. Yeah. a
Okay,
pause.
understood.
And then if you decide to vote to move forward on this item, it's to work with staff and myself in coming up with
Okay, well,
options.
perfect. I'm satisfied as of now. Are there anyone else wishing to
Yes,
discuss
through
this item? Councilman
through-
Garcia.
If someone from staff could get with the business owner, kind of explain what that means or what she can and cannot do until the time comes where it, and perhaps by understanding your business a little bit better, perhaps we could help you, give you some suggestions while the staff, chews this up and we make a decision based on that. But, again, we want to make sure you're successful. And, so if the staff
Council
can-
member, the business is there, it's up and running, we're not gonna close them down.
No,
The
no,
only the only milestone that triggered this was the renewal of a BTR. And that's what you guys have now paused, is that allowing those BTRs, longer time to renew. So in
Yeah.
the meantime, this will be worked out, the vice mayor will meet with staff and then include the rest of you through whatever mechanism you guys decide.
Sure.
And then,
No.
and then.
I'm only referring
Remember
to-
that this will eventually be an ordinance.
Sure.
So when it comes back to you, it still can be massaged and tweaked and this whole discussion, because we're trying to get definitive answers out of staff. And really, I don't want them to have to be, providing incorrect information where they can have, where the other way, where if we do it methodically, we can bring back good stability,
I agree 100%. Mr. Manager, I was just wanting to understand her business model, right? So perhaps there are some suggestions that could be given to that business model, that even if some tweaks might, you can continue to be successful, and perhaps by tweaking the business model a little bit, it doesn't, it allows us not to make,
We'll take
to
care
make
of
too
it.
many changes. Just trying to understand our business model a little bit more.
Got it.
Basically, thank you.
Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. The item carries. The motion is passed. Congratulations, Mr. Vice Mayor. We're now on my next item, which is 14L, political flags. Yes, I believe I called it political flags. Yes, I did. Before I continue, though, I need to make a motion to waive section 7.2 of the special rules of order. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion on the waiver? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries, and the rule is waived. So I'm going to present my item here on political flags. As we all know, recently there was a bit of a controversy over the town's enforcement of our temporary signage code, right? Campaign signs are considered temporary signage. You don't have you do have the ability, or rather the town has the ability to regulate these signs and ensure that we're not littering the city, that we're not creating a situation where it's the Wild West out there, right? But at the same time, creating a space for you to express yourselves. And clearly during the election, you are allowed to have whatever campaign signs you'd like in support of your candidate. Wow, that got much louder. Obviously, again, once the town, though, began to enforce its existing code, which, as I understand it, has not been changed since our code's inception. Is that correct, Mr. Manager?
The provisions for that portion have not been changed. That's correct.
Excellent. So, in keeping with that, I mean, this has been on the books forever. I know for a fact that there has been enforcement on this issue of the political flags in the past. It has never made its way to the media. So I do find it a little suspicious that all of a sudden now this is blown up. And what's more than that is that the code is also in line with what many other cities in Miami-Dade County have. So I don't think there's anything outrageous about what we're trying to do. However, I know that especially lately, we tend to be very passionate about our views. I myself was very clear that I voted for President Trump. I believe the rest of us did as well. This is not an enforcement action that has anything to do with backlash against President Trump or his supporters. In fact, some of my own supporters received warning notices for still having the campaign signs out there. And again, this is only a warning. This is not yet a citation. And I believe at this point, most of the people have complied, or at least they should have by now. We heard from Ms. Campos earlier today, who I will agree was absolutely Mr. Trump's biggest supporter, perhaps in all of South Florida. They're standing every day with us at early voting. Prior to that, I would see her standing in front of Tropical Park holding her Trump sign. And so, as we heard from her, even she has now complied with the regulation now that the president has been officially sworn in. And I want to make sure to clarify, because maybe the issue is that residents aren't as familiar with the code or did not know it exists because maybe it's tucked away somewhere in our signage rules, right? Where it's not maybe as obvious. So maybe one of the things we need to do is look at separating that part of the code from the rest of it so it has a standalone section so it's easier for residents to locate. Maybe we also need to more clearly define what a campaign flag / campaign sign is versus a generic political flag, right? One that, to clearly identify that a campaign flag is one that says vote, that says for, that contains an election year, versus, say, a sign that just says MAGA, for example, right? Maybe that's what we need to clarify. So tonight I don't have anything specific, right? And I simply want our residents to continue to be able to express themselves freely, but of course, again, in a way that is focused on a part, that does not deviate from the existing code, which I think has worked very well for us for going on 25 years. So with that, my motion is simply to direct staff and the attorneys to come back to us at one of our future meetings to go ahead and look for ways to clarify the sign code so that it's clear for residents to understand, so that they can know when they would be running afoul of it, and also continue to exercise their First Amendment rights. Again, this is simply for clarity, because maybe that's the real issue that we've been having, and yes, to, as the Colonel mentioned earlier, to be clearer about other political flags that are allowed to be had, so that it's not unconstitutionally overbroad, right? So that is my motion, and I hope to get a second.
I'll second it for discussion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Very briefly, just to say that so long as from what I heard from your motion, it's to have the staff come back with clarification. Clarification and modification are not the same thing, meaning we would be keeping the rules as they are, as you said, as they have worked for 25 years. We are just trying to make them more readable, more accessible, and more obvious to our residents, so it's not buried into the sign portion of our code as you suggested. So long as it's that, I'm okay with it.
Thank you. Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree that that's a good idea. We got to get the clarification. Maybe the ordinance needs some, I think it does, and the code does need some tweaking, period. But we have to be very careful in not getting into content regulation. We can't do that, right? And it's not going to be easy to determine what an election flag is and what is not. Election signs are easy. We all had door hangers, signs. They're regulated. They have to say a certain thing on the sign. They're put on a post. It's completely different. It's temporary, pursuant to a specific timeline. Our language, our political campaign materials are regulated themselves, right? You don't have a First Amendment right necessarily to campaign, right? It's regulated speech. We have to put specific things in our campaign materials, right? But a resident and a flag, it's a much more nuisance regulation content, and I think it's difficult for code to enforce and be subjective. And I don't think we should. If we can modify the code to make it not subjective, but in that point, we're going to have to say, well, if the flag says election or the flag says 2024, then it's an election flag. I think you're getting really close there to content regulation of flags. If you look at the other codes for other towns, we can say how many flags you have, where you put the flags, the size of the flags. You have to put it on a flagpole. You don't have to put it on a flag. We're allowed to do that. And we're allowed to regulate, of course, commercial speech, but political speech and non-commercial speech, I think we're going to be very close. In my opinion, I think I didn't see this as a big issue, the flags. I would love for it to just be American flags everywhere, don't get me wrong, but I don't see this as something that the town needs to fight on, and I think we're putting ourselves in a complicated situation, and then we're going to put town staff in a complicated situation and being subjective. Or we put in the code and we start regulating the content of the flag in the code, and that puts us in a bad position potentially as well. So I agree. Let's look into it. Let's be very careful about it. But it's not easy. It's a nuisance issue.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this issue? Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do think that there's nuance, but what I'm clear on is that first. To the mayor's point that he stated, that I think that there's, from this council and from, I hope, from staff, that it's not a backlash against who is our president. And we're all, actually, we happen to all support him. But we do have a right to regulate when it comes to campaign signs. There are 29 municipalities, including Miami-Dade County, that have Similar, in fact, most of them have stricter campaign rules for campaign signs. So I think that we do have to look into it, but I do think that there are distinctions between campaign signs, even if they have what I want to be clear on is if it has a year, I do think that it's a campaign sign. If it has the president's name and a vice president's name, I think it also would categorize as a campaign sign. I'm going to let the attorneys and staff opine on that, but I think that we do need to stick to what has worked for us and what is currently on the books, and I just want to hear back from staff.
Any other council member wishing to speak on this item?
Through the chair.
Councilmember Garcia.
Did you want it?
No, I've heard you guys have done a great job.
Wait. So did you want to say something, or? Oh, okay. Sorry, Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. I think all of us agree that the rights of Miami Lakers as citizens are paramount to what we do here, right? We want to make sure they have their right for free speech and I want the residents to know that that's our number one priority, and we're not trying to stop you from expressing yourself. As far as staff looking into this, we want to make sure that anything we do, or even the existing code, make sure that we're making sure we're following those rights. However, as far as campaign signs, those rules were put into place for one reason. To keep your quality of life high and to make sure that your property values are high. I mean, if you drive around Dade County, there are signs, political signs up to this day from like 10 years ago. And that's what the town's trying to avoid. The town is trying to avoid. Although I would have, I'm open to waiting for the inauguration date to make that. Maybe we can make that adjustment, because I think we could have waited a little bit. But as far as why the town does what it does, it's for your property values. It's to make sure that your neighbors and your household are a neighbor's not, somebody drives by a town and says, wow, look at all these signs, I don't want to live there, or I don't want all these political signs. So I think that's the reason we're doing this. So again, let's look at staff and see if we're making sure we're following all the rules and regulations, the rights of our residents first, and make sure that we're maintaining the level of quality here in the town of Miami Lakes that the residents expect.
Mr. Mayor.
Before I come to you, are there any other council members? Well, if you don't mind, since you had gone already, did you have anything you wanted to add? One more time. Nothing, Councilman Cuadra Garcia? No, sir. Okay, so we'll go to the attorney, and then we'll go to Councilmember Herzberg.
We tried to revamp the code right after the Reed decision came out. What year that was, I don't remember. I took an offense.
2015.
I took offense with my bosses at the time who did not want to revamp the code, and I explained some of the hazards, let's just say. My understanding is, though, it was tweaked slightly since then, if I'm not mistaken, but it wasn't a major rewrite. And I agree that we should look into it. What I will not accept, ever, is that we targeted anybody. We didn't target a single person. We cited the mayor. Think about how difficult that is. That's not something we take lightly. And I won't accept from anyone, even some people who I highly respect, that I would ever allow anything like that to occur. As far as targeting Trump, I was going to go, me and the mayor were going to go to the inauguration. So I'm sorry, when these things catch fire and people start talking about targeting Trump and everything else, man, that's just innuendo, and it's offensive. It's my integrity, the integrity of everybody up here being questioned like that time after time, and people just repeating it, especially people that know me. To think that I would allow that as the attorney for this town, I'm not accepting that, and I won't, and it's offensive to everybody up here to insinuate that we would target somebody politically like that. We come from a country where that's exactly what happened and is happening today still. So it's not okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Herzberg.
Yeah, just a comment for staff and legal, and we can talk about it later. When I looked at the sign ordinance for other ordinances in Miami-Dade County, I did notice that a lot of times they either excluded flags or put a different thing about flags. I think that's the issue, right? We got to make sure that, again, that tweak it, get about the specific flag issue, but some of these ordinances actually exclude flags. So it's something that to look carefully at what other towns do so we can get a good idea of what makes most sense for us.
This is just one of the articles. It's like 40 pages. This is just one of the articles discussing the Reed decision. People don't understand how complicated the Reed decision is for lawyers. There are 9 justices. I believe there are 6 opinions to navigate through. Some of them want you to apply or people argue that the decision says if you got to read it to regulate it, you can't do it. But then Justice Alito's opinion allows you to read it, and in fact imposes the obligation to read it and everything else. It is a minefield to navigate through. There have been decisions since then that I think are providing some clarity, and I'll go through all that. I mean, I really think it needs a workshop. This is not that easy. This is not that easy to do. But and I believe this should be the standard. The First Amendment right is something that requires strict scrutiny, which is the highest standard of scrutiny by the government. The First Amendment is probably the most important amendment to me, right after the Fourth, and the Fourth being right after, which is search and seizure, government searching and seizing. So, it's something that we'll have to look at. It's not an easy task to do, and there's people who are going to have an issue with it. Thank you,
Mr. Attorney.
I can take a hint.
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying, Councilman Herzberg, about not veering into content regulation. I do think, however, and obviously I'll need to explore this further with the attorneys and then at our workshop. But my concern is, or rather, what I think will work is if we follow what current state statutes regulate as far as what the content of political signs must say. Right? They require that you need to have a disclaimer, et cetera, et cetera. I think as long as we closely adhere to what the statute says, that a flag that clearly says vote for or elect, re-elect, I think if we follow that, I think we're closer to being within bounds, right?
100%.
Yeah, and so I agree with you, though. Maybe the year might be a little more complicated, but I agree with you that we got to be careful. But there's a way to do this, and again, the goal here is just to clarify what's already there, right? Not to exclude particular signs beyond, because again, we're not even excluding them in this case. We're just clarifying what's already prohibited past a certain time. Now, my concern with the whole letting a sign stay there past the inauguration day is obviously we don't have a presidential election every 2 years. We only have one every 4. That's one, right? And then what are we going to do? We're going to have code go around and say, okay, well, Josh Dieguez was formally elected December 10th, so 7 days after that, his supporters have to take down their signs, but then President Trump's supporters can wait until the 21st when he's inaugurated. So it just becomes a logistical nightmare. So we gotta, we'll figure that out too. But I think the biggest issue that the residents are looking for is some clarity as far as what constitutes a temporary political sign that can be regulated. Councilmember Sanchez, and then hopefully we can continue moving.
There's also a secondary issue here that hasn't been brought up. The flag that started this topic of conversation, Old Glory, is something that I hold very near and dear, being a U.S. Navy veteran. And to have something, no matter what it is, to be placed on top of the image of Old Glory, that shouldn't happen. The code should dictate Old Glory stays the way she is, because there are traditions that follow for the ceremonial retirement of an American flag. So it doesn't matter if it's a political one or any other type. Nothing should be superimposed over an American flag, and I think that is something that should also be included in the code.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. Any further questions or comments, or can we move on? Okay, seeing none, we're now on the vote on 14L. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Seeing none, the item carries. And with that, we are now on item 10, the consent calendar. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The consent calendar passes. We have no items on first reading, no ordinances rather on first reading, none on second reading either. We're on 13 resolutions, A, which is tree trimming vendor registration program. I guess if,
Mayor?
yeah, Mr. Manager, if you can go ahead and kind of provide background for our newer members, especially on what this is and for the members of the public.
Yeah, what this is an item that former Vice Mayor Tony Fernandez brought back in September, wanting us to have some type of a system to vet tree trimmers in the town. There's a recently passed state statute that prohibits us requiring tree trimmers to be regulated or to be approved by the town. So what this system is here is going to be a vetting system for us to be able to establish certain criteria for tree trimming companies to get like on a preferred provider list. That way, town residents, if they're going to do tree trimming on their private property, they can go to this list. They know these vendors have been vetted by the town, and then they can go to that list if they so choose. They don't have to, but that'll be at their disposal, and they'll have that opportunity to select somebody from that list.
Okay, with that, I'll turn it over to the council. Is there a motion on this? It's been moved by Councilmember Garcia. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Sanchez seconds. We're on discussion. So because you seconded it, Councilmember Sanchez, you'll go ahead.
I do believe this is a great program. We have many individuals in town that are looking for tree trimming the proper way. They're not looking to be penalized by the town for doing the wrong thing. As Mr. Peterman said, we need to vet those individuals that are gonna have a major part in the aesthetic of our town with our tree trimming. We're very proud of our trees. We want to make sure that they are kept in a proper way. So, you know, I'm in favor of this resolution of having the vetting program take its place.
Any other council members wishing to discuss this item? Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
So I just want to be clear, does this resolution require that any tree trimming be performed by the vendors that are registered under the program?
No.
It doesn't require it. Can it?
No, it's prohibited by state statute. So we can establish this preferred provider list, but we can't obligate residents to only use people from that list.
Okay, I only bring this up because, as you may know, we had that issue a few weeks ago with, I believe it was FPL's vendor that came in and just beheaded trees.
Yeah.
It was a hack job.
Yeah, FPL has different protections that are outside of this list here because they're a regulated utility and they have different rights. They have notification issues, and that's where they dropped the ball. They should have notified the town. They have, historically, they always have, but they're supposed to notify us. But they have some much more leeway on how they trim the trees, whatever it takes to make the area safe and the trees safe, and make them, move them far away from the power lines. They have much more leeway than the average person.
Yeah, otherwise I think that this is a great plan, a great idea. Assuming it gets the approval of my colleagues, I will recommend to Mr. Town Manager that you do work with FPL so that they switch to one of these vendors that's approved.
Through the chair.
Councilmember Garcia.
I also believe this is a great idea. I would love to see the staff, once we decide on these vendors, to display them prominently on our website, to send that information through social media, to get it out there through the Parks Department with flyers, whatever it takes, because a lot of our residents are being swindled by these contractors and landscapers who hi hat these trees, and it destroys a tree of 40, 50 years. And so absolutely. So Miami Lakes approved should be stamped prominently on our website, and we should educate them on that, about that. And Tree City USA approved, whatever we have to do to make it, use these vendors once we approve them.
Yeah, it'll be a dynamic list because vendors will be going onto the list periodically as they see fit. The renewal, they may not renew, so it'll be a dynamic list, but the fact that we have a list and how to find it, that information will make sure that it's prominent and it's easy to find for residents.
100%. Thank you, sir.
Anyone
Through the chair.
else?
Through the chair.
Okay, Councilman Quadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, I'm going to echo on Vice Mayor opinion, but I've got something more to add to that. How do we know that these vendors are qualified? Who qualifies them? I mean, how do we know that these people are going to be the right fit for the town?
vendors that we're going to vet and put on the list?
Yes.
We're going to qualify them.
You're going to qualify.
There's going to be a series of criteria that we're going to check them across, and based on different things like insurances and certifications and those kinds of things, and that's how they're going to be able to get onto our list. So we're going to vet them based on a criteria that the Parks Department has set up, and then we're going to put them on our list based on our criteria.
Thank you.
Anyone else? And I'll just make a comment on behalf of former Vice Mayor Fernandez that the spirit of the item comes from ensuring that especially the elderly are not being taken advantage of by unscrupulous vendors, right? And hack-racking trees, then thereby causing them to deal with the code fallout from that, right? The code enforcement fine fallout. So I think this is a sensible idea. I like it. This was actually something that Councilman Tony Fernandez, pardon me, too many Tonys. Councilmember Tony Lama had tried to look at back in the day as well, especially with those landscapers that were constantly throwing the tree trimmings and everything else, their waste basically, into our lakes, creating an issue. And it's just an issue, unfortunately, that we have a little control over. But this would be a good way of making sure that our residents have access to information on who's a good vendor who knows what they're doing. So I fully support this. With that said, there being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The item passes. So congratulations to the former vice mayor. Okay, with that, we're out of resolutions, and we're back onto new business. We're beginning with the vice mayor's item 14A.
This is a quite simple item. We need a way of commending our employees who do well and of holding accountable those that don't. In speaking with the town manager earlier today, he did say that there are several methods of doing this, aside from just the ID badges, one of them being, I guess, expanding the use of names on the polos. That way it's a little bit classier, a little bit nicer. That as of right now, most, if not all, town staff has business cards on them. So that addresses that part of this motion?
Yeah, we'll do a review, and anybody who deals with the public, we're going to make sure that they have business cards.
But to the extent that I bring this to my colleagues on the council, my motion is simple. It's to direct the town manager to make sure that we are able to, when residents come to us, they come to us with a name, not a description. Because I've quite literally had people come, it was the tall blonde in this location, this, I'm like, that's like 17 people. That they can have a name, whether it be a magnetic name tag on the shirt, the name embroidered on the polo, a badge, whatever the case may be. But I leave it up to the manager's discretion. But that's my motion, to direct the manager to see how we can improve identification of our town staff.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Sanchez. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The motion carries. Congratulations. Okay. All right. So a 14B, as I understand it, is not permitted at this time. So we're going to skip that one. We covered 14C, and now we are on 14D, which is Councilmember Garcia.
Do you mind if I just briefly explain why it's not permitted, or can I
Sure, or if you want, just to invite the attorney to explain, as a point of clarification, that, that's welcome as well. I just don't want to spend too much time.
No. I mean, this item was to discuss advisory boards. I know last council, we decided to end that, brand-new council. We can't discuss anything within 6 months of an item being voted down. So I just want everybody to know on the council, I think it's a good idea in 3 months from now, and when 6 months passes, if we can discuss, especially since some workshops will already be given, and see, about the discussion about advisory boards and their place, or do they have a place, don't they have a place? So that's what the item was, so basically. Thank you.
Okay. I think this is sufficient explanation. So 14D, Councilman Hersberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is pretty straightforward regarding how we present the agendas. It's part of our special rules of order. I think it's a good idea to have the police report earlier on in the meetings. You can see how the meetings go. Obviously, public safety is paramount for us. And having the police report done earlier brings more transparency, gives us the opportunity to ask the police major questions earlier in the meeting. It actually could potentially help us for the MBI items later. But ultimately, it makes sense for the flow, for resident involvement. One of the most common things that I got when knocking on doors is, hey, people speed. Hey, I see crime going on. And in reality, we have a very low crime rate. We have a great police department. And I want that to be shown. And I think it makes sense to have that happen earlier in the meeting. It'll be through the town manager's office. I'm not saying that the major is able to leave early or anything like that. I don't know.
I just want to know how much he had to pay you for this.
I think it makes sense. It's just a matter of having a good flow and keeping police up front in front of our residents.
Council member, if it's acceptable to you, if this passes, that we can slot it under special presentations as a standing presentation under special presentations, and that way the major can make his presentation during that thing, so we don't have to create a whole new section of the...
However you and the major think makes most sense, I'm fine. I just think it should happen much earlier in the meeting, not at 11 o'clock at night, that's all.
Those are between committee reports and consent agenda, so it's early on.
That sounds good, perfect.
Yeah. I'll second for discussion.
Oh, okay. So Councilmember Fernandez seconds the motion. Go ahead. You're recognized to discuss.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I think it's a good idea. In fact, if the major, or whomever it is representing the police department, when he is going to speak on the crime and whatever's taking place, the majority of the residents are present earlier in the meeting, so they'll be able to hear more of it. So I'm good with that.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The item passes. 14D is now part of our rules. Councilmember Cuadra Garcia, legalization of artificial turf. You are recognized to present your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After consulting with the town manager and deputy town attorney, I'm amending my item to remove and request for the moratorium, and simply request would be for my colleagues to join me on asking our town attorney to seek an option from the county attorney whether the county code explicitly prohibits the installation of artificial grass in residential homes.
That is his motion. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Councilman Garcia, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. It was my understanding, weren't we looking into that already from previous council, last year's, some council meetings that we're looking into, and we did get an answer that we had to follow the county codes in certain areas. Did you have can you give a clarification on that?
Yes, Councilman. So yes. I mean, there's many areas of our code where the county preempts us, and if the county has certain standards, then we can make them stricter, but we can't make them looser. This is one of those. Now, it's my understanding that verbally, Councilman Garcia Cuadra received some information that perhaps the county code is not specific with regards to artificial turf. So,
is that your understanding?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that the way that it's written, especially when discussing impervious areas versus pervious areas, that artificial grass falls within that category of impervious areas. And this is something that I know the town planner looked into, and I worked with her, and I respect very much her opinion, especially on these type of definitions, which are technical, as far as what is landscaping, what is pervious material, impervious material. However, if this council desires for me to ask for a formal written opinion from the county attorney, I'm more than happy to do so.
Any other discussion on this item?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Herzberg and then Vice Mayor Moreta.
Are there any other towns that permit artificial grass in residential areas? Or is this just strictly the county doesn't permit it and that's it? There's no other towns or municipalities that have exception?
I believe that when we were looking at it, there are other cities that, and I'll let Ms. Alonso talk.
Hi. I had a quick discussion. So we have approved, and prior council approved artificial turf to be used in areas where otherwise you would be allowed to pave. So we allow artificial turf in the town of Miami Lakes today, which is correct, only on the rear yard, because in the front, you need to have roots and landscaping wherever you don't have a driveway. Technically, you could have an artificial turf driveway, but it wouldn't be a great idea because you would just dig yourself right into your own muck. But at that same, in the rear yard, it is allowed wherever you would otherwise be allowed to pave. So basically anywhere around your swimming pool, if you have a swimming pool, or now I'm going to draw a blank and say this wrong, but there's a certain percentage of the backyard that you're allowed to pave. You can use artificial turf in that area. That being said, in a recent, the county has been going through some re-evaluation of some of their ordinances, and we're actually being invited to several workshops in the last few months. There's another one coming up. I'll be happy to pass it along because it's mostly for elected officials. You might all want to ask your questions there. They are now trying to enforce really heavily their stormwater and what amount of stormwater ends up in Durham, right? So Durham is really concerned about this. And one of the problems that we have with stormwater runoff is private properties that are putting in things like artificial turf and a lot of paving, and they're going to be getting more strict about what they permit and what they enforce. That being said, we always want to stay on the good side of the county and not on the bad side. We don't want them coming in here enforcing things that we're not enforcing properly, and that is where we're trying to stay ahead of that game. I did ask verbally of both the planner that was in charge of the county's operation and the Durham director. They were both together at one point, and I asked of both of them if what we have in our code today complies with the spirit of what they're trying to do, and they verbally said yes, that's what we would like to see in all municipalities. So it was sort of a little bit of a reassurance that we're on the right path. That being said, I'm happy to continue to discuss this and find different avenues and explore new directions, because that's what we're here for.
Through the chair, unless someone else.
I apologize. So were we on Councilman Herzberg, or did he currently have the floor?
No, I'm good. That's all. That's my question.
Okay, well, but I had recognized the Vice Mayor, and then we'll go to Councilmember Garcia.
Sure. Very briefly to anyone in the staff. Is there any sort of cost or fee associated with requesting an attorney opinion?
Vice Mayor, no.
Okay. In that case, I'll just state on the record that I'll approve the item because there's no harm in knowledge, especially when there's no fee. But nonetheless, I will say I find it a very difficult hurdle for me personally to overcome to allow artificial turf in the town of Miami Lakes. Our green spaces, our greenery is a pride in this town. And as has been discussed in prior council meetings, when this has been brought before us in the past, the uniformity is a gigantic concern. Once you start allowing mass swabs of carpet, essentially, on front yards, you have one type of grass here, another type here. At some point, they gotta meet up. And there's no discussion about how that works, because as it is right now, you just have a patch of grass between 2 yards, maybe a hedge, and there's recognized methods of, hey, you cut your side of the grass, I cut my side of the grass, but I could actually foresee a lot of property boundary disputes here as a result of this. I might make some money, but realistically speaking, this is something that I don't think goes with the character of our town. In the past, I will say I have supported certain exceptions to specific areas. What was that? It's not just you're correct. It's where the grass doesn't grow, but it's not just that simple, because as has been made, as I've been made aware, there are places where grass might not grow well, but landscaping still does. There's other shrubbery, other flora that can survive if there's shade, if there's too much shade, too much sun. There's a plant for that, basically. And then at the end of the day, but I was more referring to what's the community where there's like rectangular planters in the middle of the parking lot. Little thing, those, is it Andrews? Lake Andrews or Lock Andrews? Maybe with Millgate. Where it is truly desolate there. There's no irrigation, there's no nothing. And those are very minor exceptions though, extremely minor exceptions. I don't even know that landscaping is actually a requirement for that particular parking lot, or whether that was a design choice.
Most likely, landscaping was required in all the places where there's supposed to be dirt. Now, that being said, it wouldn't be out of the norm that we would maybe find good replacements for landscaping, and that would be something else that we could do instead. Maybe start looking into like the same thing that we did with the tree list that that you guys approved, well, the prior council approved a few years ago, where we had a list of trees that were recommended for the town. We could do a similar thing with ground covers and have a list of ground covers that do well in our area under different conditions, say shade and the such, and that would be a simple little study that could be done by a good landscape architect and give us a good list of solutions that we can offer to communities, HOAs, and single-family homes.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Councilmember Garcia, wait before we get to you, because he had been waiting. Yeah.
Sorry, if you don't mind. I think as elected officials, we need to take a little responsibility for the confusion, because we have discussed this. I know since I've been here the last 2 years, and before that, we've talked to residents, and there's a confusion on what's allowed, what's not allowed. I think all of us as a body and staff perhaps can do a better job. Not that we're doing a bad job, but there's always room for improvement to set forth what is allowed and make sure that we're passing that information on to the residents. Because I've heard so many different things from residents, and I have to come back and ask staff, hey, even I've heard it many times, sometimes I go, well, wait a second. Can we make sure that we're educating our residents, perhaps a visual aid on what's allowed, what's not allowed, as of right now, the reasons why it's not allowed, and the history of why we're not letting it happen through Durham and the reasons why. So then at least they know what's allowed, what's not allowed, so we can stop any further installation of grass, of artificial turf, because what's happening is people are putting the turf and then they're asking for guidance after. So I think we all can do a better job, guys. I know I can, in educating the residents on what's allowed, what's not allowed. Simple visual aid, we email them, we put it on the website, whatever it takes, Spanish, English. Just let them know, hey, this is where it is right now because of these reasons. If there's room for change, I won't even mention room for change right now. That's something that the county has to approve, because we can't make it we have to be at least as tough as their rules. And that's something that a lot of residents don't understand. We're preempted by a lot of these things from the county and the state. So I think a better education on what is allowed, what is not allowed, avoid the confusion. We're all on the same page, guys, so we're giving the same answers, right, to the residents. And that'll avoid a lot of confusion in the future. That's just my 2 cents on that aspect of it.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Let me leave something real clear for the records. I'm not an expert in artificial turf. You guys have seen me. I brought several pieces of artificial turf. I was going to actually bring an expert to talk about it. There's been rumors that artificial turf has no seepage. Well, that is not true. A good artificial turf can rain and have excellent seepage. What I'm going to try to the reason I'm here trying to get an idea, I have a lot of elderly people that have this turf or this artificial turf in front of their property because they have tried to grow grass on several occasions, whether they weed and feed it, whatever they do, they still get, whether it's chinch bugs, whatever, the grass dies pretty much in that area. So do we want to see it look in real bad shape where there's all dead grass? Or do we want to see a nice, high quality, high standard, low amount of density of this artificial turf? And there's another thing that I want to say. If you really look at it, it can save us even water. I know we're not in California, but it could save water. So all I'm asking is, Rene Garcia was going to be here today. Senator Rene Garcia was going to be here to support or at least look into helping us if it can move forward. Again, if it can't move forward, all I ask is that we give those individuals that have the artificial turf in their front yards at least 180 days while we get back, while we get the county to come back and tell us what could happen. What can we do? Is it doable or not doable? I mean, I respect that's why I moved to this town, is because of its beauty, and I want to be one of the ones that when I leave here in 4 days, in 4 years, I want to make it look or leave this town in a lot beautiful condition than it is. So whatever you guys want to do, I just ask you that at least if we can direct staff to figure out if we can talk to the county attorneys and
I guess my question to you, though, is specifically, what is it that you're asking us to do?
well, the moratorium.
But an opinion to say what?
I think the town attorney knows.
Well, okay, go ahead,
Did you
Mr.
pick it up?
Correa, yeah.
Just to help all of you out, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I think from my conversations with Councilman Garcia Cuadra, is that he wants me to reach out to the county attorney and just get a formal opinion as to their interpretation of the county code.
Why? But I guess my question would be, why do we care what the county attorneys think about our code? No.
About their code, to get an interpretation on their code.
But why do I care? Well, I guess my
Because they may
question-
be
that's-
preempting us. So we just want to make sure that
They are not preempting us.
correct.
Well,
So that then we would have more latitude to make modifications to our code.
But why can't, for example, the attorneys just look up themselves whether or not we're preempted?
So Mayor, we have, and I've done that with Director Alonso, and our interpretation is based on the way that it discusses impervious, and based on our conversation with the conversations that Ms. Alonso's had with staff at the county level, it's not allowed. Now, if Councilman Garcia Cuadra has received information or has heard that the county attorneys are opining on something different, I'm more than happy to seek a written opinion, if that's the direction of the council.
I mean, look, and I understand how passionate you feel about this issue, and I'll just reiterate for the issue why I am completely against expanding turf beyond where it's already at, right? The issue for me is not that it doesn't seep well. Of course it does, right? As you pointed out repeatedly, and then you took me to your house and I saw it for myself, right? The turf that you have currently in your front yard, it does allow, and especially when it rains, you don't see it. But the issue that I have is not in a smaller rainstorm whether I can see water or not. My issue is whether, and unequivocally this is the case, my issue is whether or not the artificial turf actually absorbs water. And unequivocally, it does not absorb water. It's plastic, right, at the end of the day. So even if the water can go under, so I can't see it puddling or anything like that, my concern is not the puddling. It's making sure that the water dissipates, as in it gets absorbed and evaporates, absorbs, whatever, as quickly as possible, so we don't make our flooding issues worse in town. And as the planner mentioned earlier, also adding contaminants into our groundwater. We know that these turf materials are often contain PFAS chemicals, right? They take far longer to biodegrade once thrown into a landfill, so that creates other issues. So for environmental drain and practical drainage reasons, as well as just the fact that I agree with you, right? That, turf has come a long way. It's not like that cheesy, almost like a golf course, mini golf type turf that we used to see. It's much more advanced, right? And to get the good stuff, it's very expensive. But remember, and you were there, I believe, at our Sunshine meeting that we had. It was you, me, former Vice Mayor Fernandez, and I think that's right, Vice Mayor Morera was there as well. We had a very extensive conversation on this, and the other problem is it's a logistical nightmare to basically say, show me your papers, is this the right type of turf that you're using? And then once they install the turf, then and let's say they put the wrong one, we're still gonna have the same issue. Everybody's saying, well, I don't want to take it off, so you know what? Go pound sand, And then we have the issue where we have the turf. Other residents are getting the idea that we permit the turf, but it's really just that one group of residents don't want to, to pay the fine, and they're gonna wait and let it accumulate until later. Anyway, I don't want to relitigate with trying to get us out of here at a good time. I don't want to relitigate these past issues, but I just want to reiterate for the public what my prior concerns have been on this issue. Why, for me, I'd rather not even, bother with the county as far as what their opinion is on that. I think the problem has a issue where they try to, mom us to death, where they think they know better than we do. And yet at the same time, they throw a tantrum every time the state does it to them. And the last thing I want to do is even try to ask them for permission, right? If they have a problem with it, then they can just say so. I do know that Commissioner Garcia shares your view, and he and I have respectfully and strongly disagreed, though, on this issue. And I'm going to continue that position. And for that reason, I can't support your item, because I just don't think that we need to bother ourselves with what the county does unless, there is an issue. And for that, I think we have adequate knowledge among our attorneys and our staff, to bring on their own whatever revisions are required to our code if we're out of compliance. But I just don't want to be asking, mommy and daddy from the county, for permission to, run our own affairs. And I also, just as I mentioned before, just have my own issues with artificial turf. But I just wanted to put that on the record for the public. Obviously, I know you feel very strongly about it, and I agree with you. Again, it's come a long way, but it just creates a bunch of other issues that are still not resolved for me. So I just wanted to put that out there. To my left, do any of you guys have any additional comments?
Please. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Fernandez.
I think I've made it clear in the past on the Planning and Zoning Board, as well as my opinions here in front of the council that preceded me. I will not agree to any artificial turf in the front yard, whether it's, what's already approved is okay. It's already in the book. The ornamental stuff between the slabs of the concrete, the driveway. But aside from that, I'm okay with even requesting the letter from the attorney. I don't see any harm in that. But just for the record, you won't be getting any support from me for any artificial turf in the front yard.
Through the chair, can we at least see if we can give the individuals that have this turf to be removed at least some time? What can be the time permitted so we can remove
I think he has
Eh,
to
before we
recuse
get
himself
there,
for that.
yeah, a couple of things. Before we get there, Councilmember Sanchez, do you have anything to say?
I do. This is a micro issue on a bigger spectrum. What comes to mind is Tree City, USA. We have that designation. We've had it for a very long time. Artificial turf would be the tip of the iceberg. Artificial turf deters wildlife, which helps us maintain our trees and our canopies and our flowers, everything like that. So besides the fact of the drainage issues and the appearance, where one neighbor would have it, the other don't, it just doesn't create a cohesive image. It's an entire ecosystem that I feel that would be affected detrimentally in the long term. So I cannot support the artificial turf at 100% of a property. I agree with the backyard, the way that it currently stands, but I cannot agree with having it everywhere at all times.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Herzberg, and just really quickly though to Councilman Cuadra Garcia, because the town is currently engaged in some enforcement action with your property, as I understand it, I think anything that gets close to discussing or advocating for or voting on anything related to a moratorium on enforcement or anything like that would be improper, and for you to be okay and not run afoul of any ethical rules, it would be prudent to step into the break room there and let's see what your other colleagues say. But it just, you have to be very careful with that, so as not to generate any issues. So I just want you to be aware, looking out for you. Councilmember Herzberg.
Yeah, so, I was leaning on saying, why not just ask the county, but Mr. Mayor, I share your sentiment about that. And it looks like we don't have support on this council to add turf. So if we're not going to vote for it anyway, well, why are we going to the county? Why are we asking for it? Why are we bothering it? I share the sentiment of the majority of my colleagues. I think what we have is enough. I think it would be a code violation nightmare to enforce the turf. I think it would be writing the code to allow turf would be a nightmare. What's good turf? What's not? Oh, we can only make people spend a lot of money in the turf because only the best turf is allowed. And Councilman Sanchez, you really nailed it there on the ecosystem issue, right? So I can't support any additional artificial turf as well. And my question to staff is, what's going on with the current violations? I remember campaigning, talking about it. I feel like we've been talking about this for years, about a moratorium. I don't understand where we're at, but at some point we just got to move on and say there's no more turf.
And in answering his question, can you also specifically, for the benefit of our other colleagues that are new here, explain what we covered at the Sunshine meeting, because I believe you were there, as well as what the educational steps that we were going to take out of that were, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, we were going to work with staff, with residents on different types of grass that grow better in the shade and everything else to address some of the issues of chinch bugs and inadequate sunlight. So just if you could address it, that would be perfect. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Danny Angel, Director of Building, Zoning, Code Enforcement. And so to provide some context to the issue, the initial moratorium was in place in 2022. So there was no enforcement action taken from 2022 to 2024. The moratorium was removed. We started issuing violation notices. Now, some cases are in citation status. Some cases are in appeal status. So the equity of enforcement, I mean, we can't really put a pinpoint on where it's actually at as far as enforcement. I will tell you, I mean, going back to Councilman Garcia's point as far as causing confusion to the issue, unfortunately that has been happening for the last 3 years now, where even my guys don't even know, hey, are we still enforcing this week? Are we not enforcing this week? So at the end of the day, I think we would all benefit from a clear and concise stance from you all, from the council, if we are going to proceed with enforcement. Like I said, there's about 30 to 50 cases probably right now that are in some type of status, either a warning, citation, appeal, and or lien status. As far as the education component, every single time that a resident does call us regarding this type of issue, we take the time out to provide Florida-friendly landscape manual material that's available at the University of Florida Extension Office. We provide them with links and also just some suggestions as far as shade-tolerant grasses, as far as shrubs, and I'll take a note from our town planner, anything that has roots in the ground. That's all we care about. So once you have roots in the ground, you have an established retention and drainage type of component to the landscaping material here in the town of Miami Lakes. Any questions?
Any other discussion on this item? Going once, going twice. Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this one, since I do believe that there'll be some opposition.
If I just get a
pardon.
clarification, what exactly are we voting on right now?
Well, again, as I understand it, it's to ask or to.
Okay, yes, I agree. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't about enforcement or whatever. Thank you.
Correct, yeah. So again, yes, it's asking them, which I think you and I both agree. With that, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Councilmember Quadra.
We're voting on your item. Make sure you turn on the mic.
Say no.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Dieguez.
No.
The motion fails.
We're now on item 14G, Doge Advisory Board by Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So what I'd like to discuss with our, well, my colleagues, and I know Doge is something that Department of Government Efficiency, right? So what I'd like to discuss is perhaps creating something similar to a Doge Advisory Board of residents, business, and governmental people that have experience in budgets, former town managers, to go over especially process of procurement, to help us find efficiencies in our processes, to save as much tax dollars as possible. Having an outside eye, even if we save 0.5% here, 1/4% here, 1% here, having an outside eye, being able to look at our processes, and especially in procurement, right? Are we doing that the best way? And I have 100%, I believe our staff do a good job, but I think that just always having some outside eye, bringing things up that we might have missed, might save us, $1 here, $1 there. So I want to discuss with my colleagues, how would you like to proceed? If this is something you're interested in, would you like to have a formal committee, or just a part-time committee put together when the budget cycle comes along, or or not formalizing as much, or making it a loose advisory board? So I'd love to hear your opinion, if you think it's a good idea, and how do you like to proceed?
Before we can discuss, is there a second? I think his motion was to discuss creating a type of advisory body.
A Doge advisory body.
And he was opening the door to having certain conditions and restrictions on whatever is created.
Second for discussion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Vice Mayor.
Number one, as to the question you posed there towards the end, in terms of whether it should be a full-on committee versus a part-time, versus maybe just something like, maybe I think the right word is ad hoc.
Ad hoc,
for a
yes.
specific purpose. I don't even know if any of those, what was the sheriff's ad hoc committee subject to sunshine and all the rules of committees?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, that's where I kind of run afoul, is these committees, a committee like Doge, if you were to create it, it's gonna be hampered down by the very rules that govern our committees. I think that a more open, free flow of discussion is actually very conducive. I like the idea, but possibly structuring it in a different way, as possibly open workshops, or where we as a town are just playing host. They're in full control. It's their own body. We have no control over them. We're just giving them a space and saying, hey, come to town hall on these days to talk about ways to make our government better, now that's no longer subject to sunshine. It's no longer subject to, you know, the frankly anti-collaboration and rules that hurt some of our committees. I don't know how the rest of the dice feels, but I just feel like that might be a little bit more productive of a conversation. Nonetheless, I do like the idea. I think we're all in favor of making our government more efficient.
Additional discussion, Councilmember Herzberg.
Yeah, I like the vice mayor's idea. Obviously, I'm all for resident involvement. You know, when I first saw the item, I get the spirit of the item. I feel like this is our job though, right? And we have a brand new council. Hopefully we take that to heart and really look at the budget and look at what we need to do. If there's specific people that you think can help us, let's bring them in, let's speak to them, let's set something up. But you know, if we find those 5 people, then they can't even speak to each other unless we schedule it, go to the committee, publicly notice it. We've seen that issue with committees before. I remember some committee came up here. I remember it was the Vice Mayor Fernandez who told everyone, you guys want to be involved, but then you're going to put yourself in a committee, you're going to make yourself do all these rules. Now you can't even text each other, you know? So I like the spirit. I just don't know if that's the best way to do it. I am open to, though, trying to figure out how we can invite those people. There's a few people I'm thinking of and get them together where we don't have to tie them down like the Vice Mayor said.
Additional discussion. Councilmember Fernandez, pardon.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I'll piggyback on both of their comments. I do think that the spirit of the item is I think we're all for government efficiency. I don't know how that looks. I'd like to hear more about it. I don't know exactly whether it's in a committee setting or experts, but you know, let's see where it goes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
I'd like to know. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to know a little more about it.
Sure.
Don't know nothing about it. I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, so the spirit of the item is to try to get experts in not only government but procurement to see if we can save some taxpayer dollars. Obviously, there isn't an appetite for an actual committee. So what I would suggest is perhaps during our workshop period with our budget, we could, as a town, invite, we can all present, we all know, government officials, former councilmen, former mayors from different towns. Perhaps we can invite them and have a section in our workshop, budget workshop, where we can give them some information, maybe previously on what we're working on, and get their ideas on what they feel, what's worked for them in the past, so they can educate us and our staff, and maybe we can implement some of their ideas and perhaps save some money while we do so. So I guess I would say, in lieu of the official DOJ committee, add that request to our budget workshops and invite, each of us invite 3 or 4 individuals we feel might add something to the conversation. And if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. But at least we're trying to bring in different opinions and different experiences from around the county and around the state.
I'm going to opine, since I haven't gone yet. A DOJ, the Department of Governmental Efficiency, at the federal level, is not an actual government department, right? So that's why when I first saw this item, and as we discussed at our Sunshine meeting, and I mentioned to you, to me, this seemed antithetical to what they were trying to do up there, right? Because here we would have to, under the original plan, as I understand it from the December new business item, we'd have to go ahead and staff it with one of our staff members, so that's a soft cost that would be added to it. Then there's the efficiency aspects that was mentioned by the Vice Mayor, Councilman Herzberg, Councilmember Fernandez. That's another thing. But as I mentioned to you at our Sunshine meeting, right, just as I'm creating a sort of informal system of advisors, right, as I mentioned in my mayor's memorandum, the first one, I encourage everybody to do that. I just don't see the value, not only in creating a formal body that's going to take away staff time from other matters that they need to be focusing on, but also my other concern is that we're going to prolong our budget hearings beyond what we need to. I mean, I can tell you now, having done this 6 going on 7 years, there's not a whole lot of fat in that budget, right? Councilwoman Ruano even met with Albert Aguiar, Abel Fernandez, and some of the more notorious cost cutters that we have in our community, And to be honest with you, other than Ms. Colon coming every now and again, the rest of them often would after Maryland would go with the budget with them, they wouldn't have anything else to add. It's a very well-run ship. Of course, everyone should consult whoever they feel can add something. I just don't know that I want to do it in either a formal body or a formal meeting that's just going to, again, just take away staff time, because obviously, especially when there's a meeting, we have to show up. Ed has to show up. Melissa has to show up. The list goes on, and it just becomes a chaotic mess. I think we're better served, in my view, solely by seeking out the counsel of those individuals, inviting them to our offices, going line by line with them on one day or multiple days with them in our offices, and that I think makes us more efficient as we're going through the process. And then taking the ideas that you got from them, right, or that we get from them, and then bring that to the budget workshops and the budget hearings. I mean, traditionally, we've even had sunshine meetings to expressly go line by line on the budget. I'm not opposed to doing that. Maybe that would be the proper venue to go ahead and after we've consulted with our outside advisors, then bring their ideas to the table and bring it in those sunshine meetings to give staff advice on what we'd like to see in the budget, you know. But again, at least that's where I'm coming from. That's why I won't be able to support the item today. But of course, I encourage everyone to seek advice wherever you can, and of course, bring whatever ideas you might have. But I am certainly in terms of council meetings, everything gonna try to be the best Doge we can have, right? Trying to cut through as much red tape and discussion as possible, so we can just continue to move with our business. So with that, we've had one round where everybody's gone through on this item. Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
Point of clarification, Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Before you just spoke, it sounded like Councilmember Garcia may have amended his motion.
Yeah, thank you.
Number one, I don't think we're in proper posture. I think there needed to be a second for the motion, for the amendment.
Okay, well, sure. So
which
is
I'm happy
there a
to second.
Okay.
But then can you just repeat what
Sure.
that amendment was, so
Sure.
we know what we're voting on?
Yes, absolutely. Listening to my colleagues and their opinions, as far as an official advisory board, I will not be asking for that. What I would be asking for is adding a section to our either sunshine meetings or our workshops during the budget hearing, where we all invite a businessman or people from, you know, former government officials that can come in and opine and get a different things that have worked for them in the past and just their ideas, so we can absorb those ideas and incorporate them in our decision-making process. To me, you know, it could be as long as half an hour to an hour. Yes, it's a little additional time during our workshops, yes. But again, if we're able to get new ideas or ideas that have worked in other municipalities, and we can bring in a ringer, someone that, you know, that has done this before or has some opinions that have worked for them before in their organizations, be it private or public, I always think it's a good thing. So in lieu of making it official, open to sunshine, just if my colleagues would be open just to add maybe an hour, 45 minutes to an hour to our workshops in the upcoming budget process, to be able to invite at least one or two people to come in and just opine on the budget.
Okay, yeah, so I did hear that, and again, you seconded it, correct?
I did.
Okay.
So it's in.
So go ahead, so you go ahead, and if you have additional discussion on this?
Very quickly,
Okay.
on that specific issue that I didn't have an opportunity to comment on, my hesitation there is you're already having a sunshine meeting, a workshop style meeting that is intentionally laissez-faire in terms of its structure and its organization, to generate as much conversation as possible. My concern is by creating a specific part in that agenda for these experts, who I don't know who they are. I don't think we're paying these people, right? God, that would go against everything that we're talking about up here. I think that putting that section of the agenda sends the wrong message to our residents in terms of that opinion is more valuable than that opinion. And I'm not saying that that's what we're doing, but I feel like it could send that message. And that's definitely not the message that we as a council want, because we want, more important than any expert, frankly, is what the residents feel. So
Through the chair.
That's what concerns me.
Councilman Garcia, you may respond.
Thank you. Yeah, I see it differently, Vice Mayor. I think the residents would actually like the fact that we are reaching out to as many experts as possible, because we're the final decision on this matter, right? We're going to make that choice. Staff is going to present the options. We're going to make the final choice. I think they'll be happy to hear that we want to hear everybody's opinion, experts from all walks of life, private and public, to add to our collective knowledge to make our decisions more educated. So I think the residents would actually, in the spirit of Doge, I mean, I totally understand we're not going to create a government entity. Come on, guys. I understand that. But this is more the spirit of it, right? So that was so I'm willing to work with you guys and make it something that is part of a workshop, half 45 minutes, just to be open to the fact that we all can invite someone to come in and we can give them some the budget to look at and see if they have anything. And if nobody wants to come in, nobody comes in, but the workshop's still going to happen anyway, right? And remember, we want to encourage more participation in these workshops. So I think this might, since this seems to be the buzzword right now, might encourage residents to say, wait, what is that all about? Let me come in there. Maybe they learn something. Maybe they're part of the process. Remember, participation is what we're trying to get here, and more education. So that's the spirit of my item, and I would ask my colleagues to approve it. Thank you.
Well, I just want to respond myself. It still doesn't change anything for me. I mean, for starters, I'm a little terrified because I've heard those words before, like, this is still your final decision, you're good, you can do whatever you want, because the last time that happened, Mr. Cruz started working against me when I ran for mayor. As did a variety of other residents as well. It didn't seem very genuine in terms of, people that genuinely were just giving an opinion, and then you can take it or leave it. Instead, there were reactions to that in some cases got very personal. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen here, since some of your intent is to bring in outside officials, but there's nothing that stops you from calling a sunshine meeting the way I did with you, the way I did with our colleagues on the issue of the appointment, to do that in advance instead of having to prolong existing meetings well into the night. Again, it's better to chew up that information earlier, and then each one brings their own the ideas that they like best from whoever they consulted to the table at that point. That is where I'm coming from, and of course, obviously, the board may disagree, but I just wanted to explain that yes, I understood the amendment at the time, and you're right that we need to get into proper posture, but the additional explanation and change does not do anything for me. With that, are there any other colleagues of mine that would like to speak? No?
Through the chair.
Yeah, okay.
If I
Councilman
may.
Garcia.
I'm a little confused. If something ain't broken, why fix it? I mean, is there something broken in the house?
I personally don't think so, but obviously, everyone may have ideas on how they can improve things, right? And that's I'm willing to say that that's where this is coming from. I just don't think, though, that in practice it's going to actually make us more efficient or actually get us closer to where we're trying to get to in terms of keeping a tight budget and whatnot. So, but yeah, I hear your point. I agree with you, but I just wanted to say that I do think he's coming from a good place. It's just that in practical terms, it's probably not going to work out in my view. Go ahead.
And I'm sure that Councilman Garcia has a good intention, but I'm trying to digest all this information, but it was just my question. I mean, is there something broken in the house that we need to know?
I hear you.
If not,
are there any other comments?
I'll keep listening.
Perfect. Anyone else? With that, why don't we call the roll on this one too, just to be safe? Madam Clerk.
So the motion is on the amendment to add that section to the budget workshops and to all the council members to receive, to bring different individuals. So on that amendment, that's the motion. Council Member Hertzberg.
Yes.
Council Member Garcia.
Yes.
Council Member Cuadra. The amendment.
The motion. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you read it one more time
Yes,
for
the
him?
amendment by Councilmember Garcia is to add a section to the budget workshops or budget hearings and invite. It's an amendment first, and then would be the main motion. So we are in the amendment that.
In
Council-
essence, based on your question, right, if you believe that it ain't broke, don't fix it, then you should vote no. I think that's what you're trying to say.
The answer is no.
All right.
Where is, yes, okay. Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Councilmember Fernandez?
No.
Vice Mayor Morera?
No.
Mayor Dieguez?
No.
The amendment to the motion fails. Then the main motion was to create an ad hoc, an advisory board of residents to try to review the budget and the process of procurement. On that motion.
On that, is there any further discussion on the formal body? Okay, with that said, Madam Clerk, again, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Councilmember Fernandez?
No.
Councilmember Hertzberg?
No.
Councilmember Garcia?
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra?
No.
Vice Mayor Morera?
No.
Mayor Dieguez?
No.
The motion fails.
All right, we are now on item 14I. Councilman Hertzberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is pretty straightforward. It's a matter of a town directive to make sure that our committee hearings allow public access via Zoom for public comments. Through my agenda briefing with the manager, I believed I cleared up how I see it, that it should not cost any additional amount. I don't need an IT person. I don't need someone looking at the meeting. I feel like the liaison for my 4 years on a board will be perfectly fine with running this. It's a matter of, in the public comments part of the agenda, if anyone's logged on, let them speak. Nobody's logged on, mute it, and we move on. Can the chair open up? Can the committee open up public comments later? Yep, okay, open up. I'll mute. Nobody's speaking, mute them back. I don't see the technicality. I remember in my transition meetings, I've been told that this does not have a cost in any new Zoom accounts or anything like this. This, in my opinion, should be a zero-cost item. It makes sense. There are committees that run at 8:30 at night. There's committees that run at 9 in the morning. I remember multiple people on the when I was on the blasting board wanted to participate, but they couldn't make it to town hall at 7 o'clock, 7:30. So it seems like and it should be an easy item. I don't believe there should be a cost, but if the town manager wants to talk about that, and that's my item.
I second.
Second that. So.
Council member, it's not intended for committee member participation through via Zoom?
No.
Oh, so just public comments?
Just public comments.
Yeah, then there should not be any cost, because that's a dead period during the committee
Right.
meeting, where we just listen to the public comments, and they can transition from managing the meeting to just managing the Zoom, open it up, whoever's on, and then afterwards they shut it down, and then we move on.
Right, I can see the issue with making it committee members. That's much more complicated. This is just public comments. That's the only thing I asked for.
Any other additional discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item carries. Congratulations, Councilman Hertzberg. With that, we're now on item 14J. Councilmember Garcia, you're recognized to present the item. And I apologize, before you start, I just want to note for the record, the Vice Mayor just pointed out to me that yes, item 14, where did I have it? 14H, I did not present it because I pulled it as a result of learning that the issue there was a resident error in terms of how the resident filled out the permit. So we already do what I was requesting there, but that is why I skipped it, and so I wanted to put that on the record for all of your benefits. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. The residents of Miami Lakes deserve an Optimus Park they can be proud of. The residents voted not to approve the park bond in 2020, but they do expect progress on a Plan B to improve the park infrastructure to a standard they deserve and expect in Miami Lakes. Now, I believe we have an opportunity to start the process by focusing on the easy, flexible infrastructure, the low-hanging fruit. I asked my colleagues to approve and request that the town of Miami Lakes staff provide a plan to enhance, and I've spoken to the town manager. If we cannot replace the backstops, at least find a way of making them presentable. They've been orange for decades because of rust that accumulates from the sprinkler systems. Now, I personally think that our signature park should not have orange backstops. So if we can't put new backstops in because it might hurt the joint use agreement with the school and might trigger the timeline in improvements with that, can we at least look into making them look presentable? And any fence, not posts, but any fence that are bent because of batting practice against the fence, perhaps we can put in those rubber mats, make sure they used it and enforce it. When I was a coach, you know, I made sure we didn't hit, I tried to make sure we didn't hit against the fence to do that. But guys, we've had orange backstops for decades. I honestly think it's an embarrassment. I know we don't like looking at it. If there's a way to paint them or to remove the rust and maintain that, at least aesthetically, while the town, I know you're looking into Plan B and how we can start fixing the park. At least start there. It's low-hanging fruit, guys. And I think we're all willing to spend a little bit of money, because we do have a budget, for the aesthetics of that. It is frankly an embarrassment to me that we still have orange backstops to this day because of the rust on the back on the backstops.
Councilmember Garcia, what's your motion?
My motion would be to have the staff look into a way that we can either paint those backstops, or look into if putting new backstops does not affect the joint use agreement with the Miami-Dade Public Schools. And we have a budget for Optimus Park right now. If we can start changing the backstops, I think we've all agreed we're not gonna go for the wheel and spoke design. I think that wheel and spoke design is dead, and you know, that's not gonna happen, so I think we can consider doing that. It's maintenance, it's not new construction. We're just maintaining the fence by putting in new fencing where the old fencing is broken or rusted.
Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Vice Mayor.
Seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. Just wait 1 second, and then Mr. Manager, did you have something that I guess is informative before we start discussion?
Because we can look, because there's different ways of doing it. We can actually clean it. I know that at my house, you know, it's different than a backstop at a park. At my house, there's rust stain that you buy at Home Depot, and you can get the rust stains off your walls from the sprinkler system. It's not rust, it's rust stains, right? So the water has rust in it. So structurally, those, because it's aluminum, right? So they're not gonna rust. But aesthetically, it's different, right? So, but there may be other ways for us to be able to accomplish the same thing. So what I'd like to do is, I guess, to the council member's point, is let our staff consider what your objective is, and then we'll come back next month and report back to you and tell you, these are the things, different ways that we can accomplish that, and just report back so you have an idea of what we recommend.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I guess what I would ask is, and this is self-reflection on everybody, why haven't we considered it in the past? I mean, I know I've brought this up a couple times, and I'll take full responsibility for not putting it in front of an item, but I mean, just going by a park and seeing, you know, I understand that aesthetically, it's something that if it's an easy fix, and it's only a couple
But it may not
$1,000s.
be an easy fix, and that's why it may be, there may be a cost attached to it, and that's.
No, and I agree, and I asked my colleagues to be open to that cost, because I think we can all agree that orange backstops cannot be tolerated anymore, regardless of the reason, because I don't see any other park in South Florida that has the issue that we're having. Either they do what you do, right? They figure out a way, or they replace the fence. Or they put the coating on the fence, which is more expensive. I understand the coating, the plastic coating that goes in the fencing, because that's the way most parks go, with the black coating.
And it depends on the sprinkler, right? Because if the sprinkler system relies on
Well
if
water.
it's well water,
Yeah.
and depends on how deep the well, and depends how contaminated, not contaminated, but how many minerals are in the wells in that neighborhood. There's a lot of factors that go into it. So let our staff, if you don't mind,
100%, yeah.
our staff will take a look at it, and we'll report back next month and give you a game plan on what the different options for you to consider.
Thank you. So just to brief the mayor, since he was out, Mayor, I asked the staff to look into how we can remove the rust stains from the existing fence and the backstops at Optimus Park. If we cannot do that, to consider, since we're not going to, most of us agree we're not going to go to the wheel and spoke design, to consider replacing the backstops, because I believe it's maintenance and it won't hinder the existing joint use agreement with the school board, to look into that and see, because I do believe that's maintenance based. and we're not changing anything or adding anything to the park. So that's where we are right now. It's my motion.
Thank you so much. And it was seconded by Councilmember Fernandez, as I understand, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
And this
sir.
is just basically what we discussed at our Sunshine meeting.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember Fernandez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would support, I mean, it's no secret here that I was a big supporter of the bond, and of course, for the record, I'm not gonna ask the residents for a bond, but I do see that, you know, that park in particular needs a lot of work, and I think that a more comprehensive plan is probably something that I'm gonna be moving forward in the next upcoming meetings, but for now, I will support any repair for the backstop, anything that we need to make it look to the standard of Miami Lakes. I'll support that.
Thank you.
Any additional comments?
Yes,
Councilmember Garcia Cuadra.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to leave clear that I played basketball on that park, and I like sports, and I'm sure. Are you guys aware how many constituents come from other municipalities, Miami Gardens, Opelika, all over, and they use our parks? Wouldn't there ever come a time where we might think of not an expert at parks, but have we ever thought of when are we going to be, I know the park belongs to Miami-Dade County, the school board, but we need to start understanding that there's a lot of people coming to use our parks, and they just come and trash it, and they just leave. So are we going to continue to use certain funds to fix the park? And, I mean, Councilman J.C., are you aware that last time residents went out and voted against any types of bonds? And I mean, we're clear on that, right? I mean,
Councilmember Fernandez, you're recognized to respond.
Thank you, Mayor.
And please remember to always, when you're directing your comments at other colleagues, to try to always include the phrase through the chair, since all comments also between us, for civility purposes, need to run through the chair of the meeting, which is the mayor.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Mr.
To respond to you, I'm absolutely well aware. I was there the day that it was voted down, but the fact that the bond was voted down doesn't mean that we can't keep our parks to the standard of what Miami Lakes as what we expect as residents. I'll just add this: the fact and that there are other residents from outside our town that use our parks shouldn't ignore or shouldn't supersede the fact that it is beneath the standards of what we expect. And whether we're gonna cut off our nose to spite our face just because other residents use it or outside of our town, we're gonna have parks that, you know, that aren't to our standards. I think that we can all agree that the park needs to be upgraded. But the bond is not gonna come before this, at least not for me. So I'll leave it there.
Anyone
Thank
else
you. I'll
wishing
leave it
to
there
be?
too.
Mr. Mayor, briefly. Well, I agree with Councilman Fernandez, and I agree with Councilman Garcia's item. The park really needs upkeep. I hope to see something come up. There's funds there to make some substantial upkeep, not a bond. I don't believe there's any political will to put that in front of voters again. So I don't believe you have that issue, but the park needs to be maintained to a standard, and lots of public buildings are used by other residents. Maybe there's a conversation about the fees we charge at these parks for residents and non-residents, right? That's an open conversation that we should have in the future. But simple things like this need to be taken care of, and I appreciate Councilman Garcia bringing it up.
Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Mr. Manager, you expressed to me during my agenda briefing that there will be some workshops in the next 2 to 3 months with regard specifically to spending, with regard to how to go about spending the $1 to $1.5 million that we have in the capital account for Optimus Park.
Correct. We have somewhere between $1 million to $1.5 million in the capital account for the park. What we are planning to do is come before you in a workshop environment put some ideas, identify what we believe are some of the things that need most attention, put them before you, and let you tell us what your priorities are about how to invest that money in the park.
Thank you,
Once,
Mr. Manager.
once we get that direction from this council, then we need to go and have a conversation with the school board about the joint use agreement and so forth, because they're our partner in this park, right, in this property. So we need to have a conversation with them about how to make this investment and go from there.
Thank you, Mr.
But
Manager.
we want to get your priorities first, and we want to put some ideas before you in a workshop environment.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. In that situation, I'd like to just propose a friendly amendment, that when this workshop comes up, that the proposal you just suggested be one of the proposals suggested or brought up by the town staff at those workshops.
Through the chair.
Councilmember Garcia.
Vice Mayor, absolutely. I will bring up the replacing the backstop with newer backstops. However, what I'm referring to right now is basic maintenance, right? The basic maintenance of the fencing with the rust, with the color of rust because of the sprinklers. That's basic maintenance that you need to do in every park. So I believe that it falls under that category, and that's something we need to do no matter what, right? So that's why and I'll bring those items up, absolutely, because we do need new lighting, and we do definitely need new backstops, but the basic maintenance, I don't think, and again, paralysis through analysis, right? Yes, we can wait and wait and wait, but this basic maintenance, I think, needs to be done immediately and needs to continue to be done. And as soon as they start turning orange again, we need to, whatever we decided to do, make sure, because it's just, I mean, it could be seen, it's the park that everybody passes by 67th Avenue and sees that park the way it is, so. You know, I know it's a difficult task, but it's a task that all towns have to, our main task is to maintain our infrastructure, right? That's what we're brought up here for. So I honestly, I'm a little frustrated because it's taken so long to get to this place. And again, I'm going to take full responsibility because I haven't brought this up earlier. So I apologize to the residents for not bringing it up earlier. I should have done it earlier. But I think there's a quick fix here. It's low-hanging fruit. So that's my thinking on and why let's just see if we can get the rust off that fence.
So
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. So just to be clear, an amendment was proposed on the floor. And can you restate what it was, and just to give everybody a chance to decide if they want to second it or not?
Sure thing. The proposed friendly amendment is, as far as the replacement of the backstops, that rather than it be something that we try to address right now or as a standalone issue, that it could be one of the proposals that's raised by our town staff when the council has workshops specifically relating to the expenditure of the funds in the MLOP capital account.
So in essence, a strike-all amendment, not to paint them right now, but to have a comprehensive discussion in the future. That's what you're proposing?
It wasn't a strike-all because he has a separate item with regard to maintenance, with regard to, I guess, power washing or painting, which is maintenance. Mine relates to replacement.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Herzberg seconds. Is there any discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The main motion has been amended. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor do so by saying aye.
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 All opposed, no. Okay, congratulations, Councilmember Garcia.
Mayor, before we leave this topic, I'd like to get a vote of this council to approve having a workshop within the next 2 to 3 months, as soon as our staff is ready to present these
I'll move
items
it.
to you, so that we don't have to come back to you and ask for approval again. We'll just schedule it around, Gina and Alexis will schedule it around your schedules.
Thank you. Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Garcia, seconded by Councilman Herzberg. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. The item passes. Anything else, Mr. Manager, before I move on?
No, sir.
Okay, so now back to Councilman Herzberg. Item 14K, proposal to reinstate committee attendance rules.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was informed through the clerk that the vice mayor wanted to co-sponsor this, and then speaking with the town manager, after I submitted this proposal, new business item, the quarterly chair meeting was scheduled. So I think it makes sense to, honestly, maybe we can discuss this, but hold off on the item. It makes sense to bring the item to the chairs, to the quarterly chair meeting, get their input on this attendance, because at least on my proposal, I haven't been able to see the rules that that Vice Mayor Moreira proposed. But in my item, it gives the chair discretion on voting. I think the chair should have some input on that. So that's how I see it. It's just a matter of discussing it, and I don't know if Vice Mayor wants to add anything.
That is the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Mr. Vice Mayor, you have the floor.
So just very briefly, each of you on the dais did receive a physical printout of the committee rules, which has my proposed amendments. Like Councilmember Herzberg, I was working on this issue. I did get wind of the fact that there would be a committee chair meeting and chose or elected not to bring this item now in the January meeting, because I figured let me talk to the committee chairs first, see if they're okay with this, and once they give me some sort of consensus, I would bring it in February. Nonetheless, once I saw Councilmember Herzberg put this item on the agenda, I immediately requested to co-sponsor it, because I agree with what he's attempting to do. We go at it in similar ways. It is about accountability at the end of the day. Our volunteer committee members swore an oath, and they make a commitment to be present, and we need to expect them to be present. And more importantly, the lack of attendance is causing substantial issues within numerous committees as it relates to their ability to obtain a quorum to conduct business. My version, what it does is, I feel like the prior rule, the 3 and you're out rule, may have been a little too rigid. The current rule is way too soft. I believe Councilmember Herzberg's version essentially reverts to the old 3 strikes you're out rule, with the twist of getting the chair involved. Mine tries to be a Goldilocks, somewhere in the middle, and it also tries to provide a little bit of clarity as to what is an excused versus an unexcused, and it also gives power not just to the chair, but also to the committee itself, and as well as some other changes. What I would propose at this stage, I would actually move to table this item to the February regular council meeting, where we can have an opportunity to meet with the committee chairs. You can all have an opportunity to see what I'm proposing, and then through the staff, if necessary through a sunshine meeting, we'll get together and come up with a cohesive version of this to bring back in February.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, one
Councilmember
other thing,
Herzberg.
speaking with the Deputy Town Attorney, I think it's time we codify the rules. They change too often. Let's make it harder to change. It's just, let's agree on the rules, and those are the rules, and let's move on.
Any other discussion on this item?
Through the chair.
Sorry.
Yes.
Councilman Garcia.
I know that the rules have changed. We're trying to, first thing, we want participation, we want quorum, right? Without quorum, nothing can happen, right? I believe there is a fine line and a middle ground in making sure we're holding them accountable and saying, hey, you can only miss three or 4, whatever the chairs decide. However, I always thought it was a bad idea to get rid of the option for Zoom. Not as 100% attending Zoom, but to allow for at least minimum 2 or maximum 2 Zoom meetings available to you if your kid is sick, if you're sick, if something happens that you can't make it. We allow at least minimum maximum 2 Zoom meetings allowed. That way, you at least hit quorum, because without quorum, I mean, your whole month is shot, right? So I think not leveraging the technology that's available to all of us, it's so easy to use, and honestly, our liaisons know how to use Zoom. They understand Zoom. They know how to work it. I don't think it's an issue, but at least requesting and providing this as an option to the chairs. Hey, if we add 2 Zooms in maximum, would that help? Well, at least with quorum. Presenting it to them and see. I would be open to deferring this if we add that ability.
Before I take it back to the prime sponsor to address that, I know that Councilmember Fernandez has been waiting to speak, so let me go to him really quick, and then we can come back.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yeah, yeah.
There was a motion laid to table that I believe takes
it sounded
precedence.
more like you were suggesting, and they said that's
Okay.
what I heard. So you were moving
I
to
am
table.
moving to table.
I will second that motion to table.
Okay, so with that, does anybody have any discussion on the motion to table? Okay, seeing none, let's vote. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So motion to table this item, Councilmember Quadra.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Oh, okay, so we, with that, the item is tabled, and we are now on item number 15, Mayor and Councilmember reports, beginning with Councilman Hertzberg on blasting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as discussed in December 10th meeting, as you granted me, the power to delegate and speak to other municipalities or elected officials regarding blasting, just give you the update where we're at. I've reached out to every elected official in Doral, Hialeah Gardens, Hialeah, Miramar, Florida City, and Homestead via email and mail. Working getting responses, honestly, not many, and hopefully the snail mail will get more of a response. A commissioner from Miramar did respond, and we're trying to work on a meeting. I had an hour and a half long meeting with Representative David Barrero, primarily about blasting. He wanted to get informed on the issue. I think he's well informed now, and he said he would come back to me. I do know that Representative Fabricio's bill is still in drafting. I believe there is some drafting that was some issues, not on his side, on the staff side, and that hasn't been made public yet, but it's in the works. And that's where I'm at right now. I'm reaching out and continuing to push. I do ask, Mr. Mayor, for your assistance in getting Senator Garcia involved. The most important thing we can do from his side is get another resolution in front of the county to support Representative Fabricio's legislation once we have the bill, so that county lobby assets will be used. That's important that we do that as soon as possible. Obviously, we need the bill first, and I would ask that you do that once we have the bill out there, because that involves allowing us to have a bigger lobbying team in Tallahassee. Last year, we did it too late, honestly. I am reaching out to the mayor's office as well. I'm working on setting up meetings with her. And lastly, I know it's an agenda item from the town manager is our own efforts. I hope the Blasting Advisory Board will be going up fairly soon. And we need to discuss our efforts on when we want to travel to Tallahassee. I believe days came in. That's not really, I don't see that as the best day to talk, set up lobbying meetings about blasting. That's something we need to do separately. But that's where we're at right now. But once the legislative session gets going, we need to go up there, whether it's 2 of us, 3 of us, me and the town attorney, who knows, right? But we need to go up there and push on all levels, and I'm going to continue to push on other municipalities, especially Miramar, and I encourage my colleagues to reach out to individuals they know, and those, especially the municipalities I said, Doral, Hialeah Gardens, Homestead, Florida City, to push them on working together on the issue.
Thank you for the report, Councilman Hertzberg. I will speak to Commissioner Garcia to work on a resolution. I believe he's stuck in D.C. right now, which is ultimately why I ended up not being able to go to the inauguration. I just needed to make sure I was here, first full meeting as mayor. So I ended up canceling my plans to go up, especially since a lot of the events were now going to be indoors and it was going to be freezing. So with that, I'll speak to him and I'll have Gina provide an update or Alexis provide an update once I have one. With that. Yeah, bless you. With that, we're now on 15C, the police contract report by Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. So I reached out to the town manager, and I think it's an opportunity. It's less of a report and more of a request. I know the town manager's been trying to get a meeting with the new sheriff, but of course, it's crazy, right? First 100 days, right? But I'd like to ask him and us participate as well, you yourself, Mayor, and finding out, what we can do. Is there anything she's amenable to, open to make the jobs of our police officers easier, right? Any resources that we can leverage now in the sheriff format as opposed to the director format of the police of that department. Just establish a relationship early, right? And see if there's anything, any savings that could be found, or any additional resources we can leverage from the sheriff and the system that she's putting in place. I know we have the contract set for, what is it, how many years did we extend it?
5.
5 years. Are they open to anything we can do, any line items in that could perhaps save us money? Because I know the cost went up significantly from one year to the next when it comes to cost. So there's an opportunity here. I think we should take it. So I would ask the town manager to lead that, and we can participate as well, right? As individual, as a council, support what she's doing, and 100% support what she's doing, and see what we can do to help support our officers even more than we do already. So that's our deputies. That's right. I'm sorry, our deputies. That's right. So that's basically it. That's the spirit of my item.
So, just be clear then. You're requesting just that we go as a group to meet Rosie.
Well, for the manager suggested he's going to have an individual meeting, but also invite her here and have a meeting with her, with all of us, and of course our police officers and our major, or our deputies, to establish that relationship and to again show our support and see what what other things that sheriff, the new sheriff department can do for the town and our residents and our deputies.
I think that's fine. Our major has a personal relationship with her. My friend Ruben, who you met and used to be part of the Miami-Dade Police Department, knows her personally, and they see each other often. So definitely agree that I'll be reaching out and trying to establish a relationship with her. But again, we will absolutely bring her here so we can discuss these issues. But acknowledging that we have some time before we actually have to, the rubber hits the road in terms of having to make an actual amendment to the agreement. I don't want to overwhelm her either, because I think something that people don't see internally is it's more than just a cosmetic change, right?
Sure.
So there's a couple other things I would rather let her settle into first, organizationally, before we bombard her with all sorts of requests. But I'm more than happy to work with the manager to get that set up sometime in the near future. But I just don't want you to tell you I'm going to work on getting that meeting with him next month.
And you hit the nail on the head. I'm sure she's reaching out to she has a lot of ideas on restructuring and things like that. And with our experience as a contract city, we can definitely give you already have a relationship, but we can give her our thoughts on what different areas if things stay the same or things have to change, and we can give our opinion and opine on that and be part of the process, right? In this process of restructuring that she's going through. I'd love to be part of the process, or at least give our opinion while it's being built, than to opine on it after the fact.
I'm talking, though, not about contract cities. There are other organizational matters that she has to deal with.
No, 100%. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah,
But
she's first 100 days. It's 60 years we haven't had a sheriff department. 100%. Understand. Just love to be part of that process. Again, squeaky wheel gets the grease kind of thing. So that's basically it.
With that, thank you, Councilmember Garcia. Mr. Manager, go ahead and begin our reports as we slowly start to bring this plane for a landing.
Gonzo, please.
At a relatively decent time.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council, Manager, your Town Commander, Jose Gonzalez, with the police report. Basically, I'm just going to round out last year's numbers, and just do not just December, but it'll just be the whole year round out. finishing up, I know we really didn't, we had a short December meeting, but the Grinch Busters that we had for the holidays was very successful. We had no issues again. It was really very successful. We had some good feedback on that. I saw our officers out there with the lights on in the shopping centers. It was mostly Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And we didn't have any crimes or any issues or anybody being victimized during those dates and times. So that was very good. We also did the Jingle Ball Run. That was good. We helped staff that. And that was very well. When it comes down to the crime, we had a total of a 13% reduction overall. Homicides, obviously, we had a 100% reduction because we had that 1 year where we had that murder-suicide with the family. So thank God we didn't have anything this issue. So we had no homicides in the town for 24. The robberies are down 50% as far as regular, and domestics are down 75%. Auto thefts, we had a reduction of 13% total for the year. Auto burglaries, we had a 35% reduction. And I just wanted to add that the residential burglaries are at all-time low. It's about 10 years, as far as went back in stats, 10 years went back. We only had 8 residential burglaries in the whole town last year. So that's good. And we have, again, the vehicle burglary details, the officers, and residential, and we only had 5 commercial burglaries in the whole town last year. So those are single digits that we haven't had in as long as I looked at the data. So that's good information. Overall, everything's been good. We've been continuing with the high visibility patrols, the minimum staffing, and the traffic enforcement that we continue to do. We do it daily. We do have a traffic unit, but then we do the enforcement traffic where we get 5, 6 officers to work at high visibility, pulling like everybody over on areas where we have complaints. And I send you guys those reports on email. And with that, I'll open up for questions.
Council, any questions for the Major?
Quick question through the chair.
Councilmember Garcia, then Vice Mayor Morera.
Commander, I've noticed,
Councilmember Herzberger.
I've noticed lately, and I've never seen this before, kids on quads and on dirt bikes around the Main Street area. I saw like
MLK?
No, this was before that. This was before that, and they took off, and is yours? Do you pursue that? I mean, it's
No.
I know the county doesn't pursue.
No.
It's not happening, but if it does start happening, are there any deterrents that?
Yeah, well, what they'll do is our officers see it. Obviously, they'll try to conduct a traffic stop, and 98% of the time they won't stop, but they'll just leave the area because they're obviously they've already attracted the attention of the police, and they know there might be a police engagement to them, so they're just gonna leave. That's what we normally do. We just we'll try to conduct a vehicle stop because they're not supposed to be in a road, but they normally don't stop, but they'll leave because now the police are here and they don't want any trouble.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that. I'll just if I see it again, I'll make
just
sure
have them call the police, and if our officers are patrolling and they see it, they're definitely gonna address it. I don't see it that much, but they come and go from time to time for some reason. They're riding. What I've seen before is they just ride through the town, going to Hialeah, or they have that, the area by the 170th Street Bridge. Stop. They go back there, where they have those sand dunes. So they use the town as a cut through, either from Opalaca or from Hialeah. But they normally don't loiter here. They're just cutting through from point A to point B.
Yeah, and before we move to the Vice Mayor, yes, whatever you do not tell former Vice Mayor Collazo about it, since I don't know if you remember, Major, his efforts to get that under control when a prior group of teenagers were trying to do that within the town and pop wheelies and whatnot. So he gets too excited. So don't tell him. And with that, Mr. Vice Mayor, then Councilman Herzberg, and anybody over here want to ask the Major any questions? Okay, and then we'll wrap up and move to the next report after that.
Major, my statement is more of a comment than a question. Just correct me if I'm wrong here, if I'm reading this correct. Homicide is down 4 from prior year to date. Robbery is down by 6 as opposed to prior year to date. Larceny is equal. Auto theft is down by 13 as opposed to prior year to date. Burglary, commercial burglary is down by 4 as opposed to prior year to date. Residential burglary is down by 1 as opposed to prior year to date. Aggravated assaults are down by 1, and aggravated battery are down by 2. Is that all right?
Correct.
Then I just think you guys deserve a round of applause. I think that you guys have done a tremendous job. You, Officer Amador, the entire team, you deserve to be commended. I hope that the sheriff recognizes your efforts, and on behalf of a thankful town, thank you for everything you guys do for us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In just one question, one comment. First, a comment. These statistics are phenomenal, right? And this is why I want the residents to see these great statistics. But because I'm telling you, the residents, and I'm sure we all heard it, the residents, I never see the police driving down there. Because you don't see them because of these statistics, because you're doing such a good job patrolling and keeping crime down. The police aren't driving around with their lights and sirens all the time because, honestly, the crime is low. And just formality, with the change to the sheriff's office, our office is the Miami Lakes Police Department, Miami Lakes Sheriff's Deputies Department, how should we be?
Well, we're the Miami-Dade
discussing
Sheriff's
that?
Office.
Right.
We're contracted, and we are called the Miami Lakes Police Section of the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
Okay, so it's still for us, the police department, but individually, you guys will be deputies now, correct?
Yes.
Formally.
Yes. Yeah. Instead of it's just the name change.
No, I know it's just a name
we
change, but-
were always deputies in a
Right.
way, because our badges even say deputy sheriff. We just
Right.
like a hybrid, because we perform the sheriff's office. We're the county, and all the counties are sheriff's office.
Right.
So we perform the only thing we don't that's kind of different is the jails, because normally all the sheriffs have the jails, and we don't. But we perform all evictions are all sheriff's jobs. Extraditions is just sheriff's jobs, and the courts, it's all sheriff. So we were already in charge of all that stuff. It's just a name change.
No,
That's
right. Got it. Thank you.
Everything else is business as usual.
Perfect.
Thank you, Major.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Director of Public Works, you're free to make your Josh Square joke again if you'd like. Show
No,
everybody what a nerd you are.
I'm past that. I
Okay.
got it out of my system. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Omar Santos, Public Works Director for the town. As usual, I'll start highlighting several projects from my infrastructure report. I have 2 other items I'm going to report on, some past new business items. If at any point you have any question, please stop me, or anything I did not mention, you want clarification, please ask me. I'll start with a roadway project. So we have the 154 turn lane project that is set to proceed with construction starting February 3rd. So sometime during February, we'll see the contractor break ground in that area. Some of the work will take place at night, some during the day, depending on the need, especially sometimes for material deliveries, they have to do some work during the day. The Northwest 59th Avenue, as most of you are aware, the design revision proposal was approved last year, towards the end of last year. The consultant is working on that, and we're currently assisting as far as having MDOT grant access to the facility for geotechnical services and survey services to proceed with the design. We have the 146, or the Green 2.0 project that is already on the way in construction in 146th Street between 87 and 89th. It's going to be a brand new bike facility down the middle of that road. So if you drive through that area, you'll see the construction ongoing. Fairway Drive, we made it last year up to 60%, of design, which was submitted to DOT. During the design review, additional need for scope that wasn't originally on the original proposal was identified. Because of this, we're gonna need to process a change order to this work order of approximately $57,000 related to tree-related items or arbor, mainly for a landscape architect to add some design features that are gonna be currently being required by FDOT for tree protection, so for widening very close to the trees. So we plan to bring that in the February council meeting for approval. It is gonna be funded out of currently project contingency. However, due to the time sensitivity, we would need to resume design prior to the approval in February to keep the design on track. So just making you aware, and then February I'll bring that item. Canal Bank Phase 3 construction is completed. We already completed substantial inspection. So the contractor is currently working, completing the punch list items, which they have 30 days to complete. So I think towards the end of the month or mid-February is when that date is set for them to have completed any punch list items, and we officially close out that project. Drainage projects, I'm gonna just briefly summarize. So we have 7 drainage projects in construction that were recently awarded towards the end of last year. So it's a lot going on out there, especially I think if you're in the Royal Oaks area, you'll see a lot of us right now. And then we have an 8th coming in that we hope to bring in February for a construction award, and that will be in West Lakes. Let's see. Then we also have maintenance activities where we are so far. I do want to highlight in sidewalk, we do have a lot more that's currently active, about to be finished this month. We just don't have those numbers yet, so we don't have them in the report. But we have quite a few big work orders for sidewalk repairs that are ongoing. Now I'll briefly discuss the 2 new business items responses. So during the June 24 council meeting, then Council Member Dieguez requested through the town manager for staff to look into the removal of the metal barriers that were installed along 79th Avenue. These were due to meet requirements for fall protection that existed, or drop-offs that existed along those sidewalks. So we evaluated, we went and did a few site visits and evaluated what would be the most cost-effective, using the current contract that we have. And what I present in front of you at the table is each location, each intersection has 2 locations where we have those barriers. And what we're looking at as opinion of probable cost to remove the barriers and make that area safe for pedestrians, to remove that drop-off. So, don't know if any discussion or action, but that's what that would entail.
There's 8 locations.
There is, 8 locations. Just want to highlight the last 2, which are 154th. We're recommending to leave as is, just because the type of road it is, and it is protecting a flume, which is basically a hole under the sidewalk. So for that to be removed, we would pretty much have to reconstruct the drainage there to eliminate that drop-off. So it would be more than the 1,900 of the other locations.
So it'll be a little over $15,000. Is my math correct?
For the ones we have there, yeah. And that's approximate. As we get, if we break ground and we find room for improvement, we'll go ahead and take advantage of that.
So we'll put it on your list when the carry forward comes back in a couple months as one of the laundry list items for you to consider. We're gonna have some things that we're gonna recommend, and then we'll also have some items for your consideration.
Yeah, like we do all the time.
Yeah.
So that's fine. Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And the last item, and I'll be done speaking, would be the portable speed cameras that also Mayor Dieguez requested during the October 29th council meeting. Basically, you wanted a way for us to monitor traffic behavior, speed, and flow within certain areas that residents have complained about speeding. I think we had a brief discussions, and I mentioned this. So the 2 devices that we currently use for our traffic studies related to the speed hump requests are capable of being deployed to these locations and counting traffic per direction and the speed. So with that data, we could produce several reports, one of them being a police enforcement report that we can share with police. In the past, there have been some areas that we have done that already. So our recommendation from this is to continue using those devices, and as we do more of our speed hump studies, if we see areas that should be reported to police, we'll share that with the police department. And then as we wind down on the number of speed hump requests, those devices will get deployed to areas that we have complaints or we want to review for speeding, and work along with our police department to make recommendations on those locations as well.
Thank you, Director Santos. Are there any questions for the director before we move on to the next report? Please
Yes.
bear in mind that we do have a few, so please make your questions quick. Councilman Quadra Garcia.
Through the chair, I just wanted to congratulate the manager and you, Mr. Santos, for the quick response on that curbside, the
sinkhole?
border over there.
Yeah, the sinkhole by Publix?
No, the border that we did by the.
Oh, 79th Avenue.
Excellent job.
Yeah.
Excellent job. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Very briefly, on maintenance activities, these numbers are, what's the time period? So 182 square yards of replacement completed, 83 lights?
Yeah, so this is everything that was reported from October to December.
October 24.
Yeah. And this is completed.
December, you said?
Yeah.
24. Okay, and then lastly, you mentioned daytime work for the Palmetto Expressway turn lanes. I would like to ask, please work with our communications department, get that thing out on social media, share it with us so that we can share it. That's going to be a nightmare.
But
yeah,
they're
please
only
get
going
it
to
out.
do daytime work when they don't have to close down a lane.
Okay, so they're
Right, Omar? Am I saying that
Yeah,
correctly?
that's what we're working with the contractor to limit or eliminate any main
Lane
line
closures.
closures during the day. If there is a need for that, that's something, as the vice mayor is asking, is something we definitely, and we do
Please.
advertise that through our social media, and we work very closely with Claudia Sar's team
Alrighty.
to get that out, because
That's it for me.
that's the last thing you want, as a president.
Yeah, excellent. Okay. Seeing nothing right now, thank you, Director Santos. With that,
Good evening.
Director Batchwan. Jeremiah.
No,
Unless,
this is me, just real quick, just to put on your radar, the Part 3, it's been sitting dormant for over a decade. We are now starting to have some conversations with the Grahams and some of the other partners, just to see what we can do with that property about maybe resurrecting the development of that property to what the council had originally intended. That's it, just to put it on your radar.
Also, Mr. Badger.
Now, Bajwan, Arbor Management.
Jeremiah, like the rapper.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Bogdan, Director of Parks and Recreation. So the report you have in front of you is from the item from August 24th, in which at the time Vice Mayor Tony Fernandez went ahead and actioned us to go ahead and look at the current state of our operations for our arbor management, mainly on the client side, assisting residents. How can we work through the workflow and try to synchronize maybe some technology to assist in that entire facet. So through this, we went ahead and took a look at all the items that go into our operations, looking at how historically we actually took the first inventory of all town trees throughout the town in 2014, an inventory that is now 10 years, going on 11 years, that's outdated. Utilizing at the time Arbor Pro, which held our inventory, which is also a system that is no longer supported. It would need an actual patch and or subscribing to their new version. So taking that into consideration, we began our research by seeing how the process was currently being done. And through that, we were able to look at some of the workflow and identify opportunities for streamlining the operation. A big thank you to Herman and his Office of Innovation. We also tasked him to help us with this and look at how we can synchronize maybe not just Arbor, but this may be something long-term for all of our assets to look at, and how we can put a CRM together for all of it. So we have started that process. Right now, we're still in the CRM exploration portion because we're trying to see how we can make this process be utilized also for potentially Public Works, potentially for other departments, utilizing work order generation, utilizing GIS integration, and so forth. The other item that we did is to try and kind of put the Band-Aid over the issue immediately was look at the workflow operations that we currently internally operate. So we looked at how we were maintaining some of our work orders, how we were maintaining a lot of the resident communication platforms. We get a lot of calls through residents directly. We'll get emails. We'll get See-Click Fix. We'll receive a good amount from the council directly through the manager's office. So we looked at ways to kind of put this all in one location. Staff did a great job in actually putting together an internal workbook and optimizing it to kind of take all this into consideration, streamline it into one document that if we have turnover in certain, with certain positions within the department, this document can survive that and keep all the information. Where's the status of resident complaint through the mayor's office or resident complaint? It also ties in See-Click Fix. So that is some of the updates on the CRM report. We do have some more companies to look into on the CRM and the client resource management side. But right now, some of the next steps are we're waiting to get some information from the county through LiDAR, which would actually help us with some of the inventory and getting updates on our tree inventory. The other means is to potentially fund a new updated tree inventory, as well as we're looking, like I mentioned, looking at a few other providers and then finalizing our workflow document. So we're still in the process of updating the ways we can. However, I will tell you that bringing in and creating that internal workflow document has helped in keeping all of our items kind of streamlined and centralized. With that, any questions?
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Great job. I mean, that's looking at efficiencies. You already found some areas where you can improve. Let me ask you, how is Miami Lakes Connect still something that you're using or something that you're taking the data from or can be exported information on?
I want to say that Miami Lakes Connect is essentially going now through Claricel's office, and it's coming right back to us. See-Click Fix is probably the other predominant app that is being used, and that's probably where we get the majority, if not a call, it would be See-Click Fix for all tree issues.
That's not client-facing or resident-facing, right?
Yes, the resident reaches out directly, then depending on the classification of the item, it'll go directly to that department's representative. So in this case, tree, arbor, it'll actually go to JP, myself, and the arbor coordinator, Aaron.
Okay, but a staff member is dispositioning it as arbor, as tree, as that when they call.
No, the resident is able to select the different genre. Yes.
Okay, so then the app is no longer being used.
I would have to confirm if that is what I believe it is. I think the Miami Lakes Connect. It is. It is See-Click Fix. Okay, so just different verbiage.
All right, so that's absolutely. Yeah. Okay, because I know that a lot of residents, when I explained it to them, they didn't even know, wow, I can open up a ticket and they can follow up with that ticket. And is there anything we can do to improve the functionality
So that is a portion of what we looked at. We actually reached out to See-Click Fix and seen if there was ways that we can implement the arbor side into it. I believe they had some limited capabilities on kind of addressing that issue. But on our side, we did a little cleaning house of See-Click Fix, make sure it's going to the right people and so forth.
So yeah, scalability is key, guys, because again, as you know, there has to be that scalability, or at least to be able to export that raw data and import it into whatever other system we're using. So I know you're always thinking about that, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to be clear. Right now, resident says, I actually have a pending work order in my house. Resident says, something's wrong with my tree, I want to speak to town. What's the best way to do it in your opinion? What should we be telling residents to do? Go in the app, make the request, directly contact you?
If they are app friendly, if they are technology savvy, then yes, 100%. That is something that is kept. They're in the loop. There's actually data points that we must maintain, SLA, making sure that we're responding within an adequate time.
Perfect.
That's probably the cleanest way of doing it. If not, also just reach out to the department and we'll make sure it gets on the same. See-Click Fix eventually makes it to the same workbook that if you call us, it'll make it to the same workbook for inspections.
Got it. But the most straightforward way for a person that's comfortable with the iPhone is...
See-Click Fix.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, seeing nobody else wanted to make a comment, you may proceed to your next report, sir.
And then the next item here is the Royal Palm Removal and Maintenance Report. So this report aims to address the item presented in the October regular council meeting. Essentially looking at Northwest 166, that is predominantly Cuban Royal palms down the entire street. Essentially this was put in by the developers at the time. There were some concerns on the palm safety, palm fronds falling, and so forth. So one of the items was to look at the removal and replacement of immediately 166th Terrace, and then as well taking a look at the entire Sevilla Estates community. So what you have before you is two different sets of pricing. One is for that removal and replacement, to go ahead and replace the existing Cuban Royals that are still existing. And then the second item was actually at the time proffered by Councilwoman Morano, which what they do in Royal Palm Estates. No pun intended there, but they essentially have a maintenance program in which they strap up and tie the actual canopy of these palm fronds. So in the case that one does become loose, the palm frond dies, dries out, it still stays a part of there, and until the next removal, essentially it is safely held there. As you can see, that is a biannual service that is typically done, and that is the second option that is also there. And that is pretty much the item. Are there, if there's any questions?
Through the chair.
Councilmember Fernandez.
It's not a question. I just want to make a comment that I actually have friends and colleagues that live on that 166 Terrace, and they reached out to me before I even became officially a council member, and they wanted me to address those palm trees. So I know that they had, you said it not only the fact that the palm fronds could fall on the cars or the vehicles, but they were worried about even falling on a pedestrian. So yeah, I'm all for removing those palm trees and replacing them.
Right tree, right swale. Right tree, right swale.
Jeremy, one quick question. When you say biannual, you mean every 2 years?
Twice.
Semi-annual?
Yeah, semi-annual.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Brief question. What's the proper procedure here in terms of selecting removal and replacement versus canopy? Do we need a motion?
Well, we got no money.
Yeah,
so
we can do it right now.
We'll put this on the laundry list of things for you guys to consider with the carry forward.
I'm tired of not having money.
Okay, next, Mr. Town Manager.
Yep, the next thing is just a perfunctory thing. The Cultural Affairs Committee wants to transfer $1,000 within their budget from one line, from one event to another, and we need a motion and for approval.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Fernandez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the item is approved. With that, Mr. Peterman, please, to our last item.
Yep, the last item for me is during the normal budget process, we did not have the ability to allocate funds for the council for travel. So what I'm recommending, especially now that council member Sanchez has been approved, that we transfer $15,000 from the clerk's office budget for the line that's special election, transfer it to the council line for travel, to be able to, this should be enough for each of the council members to have 2 trips, one during committee weeks and one during the actual session. And then that'll be up to each of you to decide when you go, whether you all go together, you go independently, whatever you guys decide, but the money will be there for you, whatever you guys decide.
So you're not counting day dates?
That could be with the one that you select.
I'm just messing with you.
So moved.
Okay, moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Herzberg. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and we are now on the Attorney's Report, item 17.
Yeah, very briefly, I touched on it briefly before. The blasting committee, I met with the blasting committee. I thought it was a very informative meeting. We're looking at all options. I don't want to disclose too much in public right now, but we are looking at all options to do what we can about the law, the blasting law as it stands, and I'm going to leave it at that. Second of all, we've come to learn that some people are penetrating. We spent millions of dollars in grant money for the canal walls, and we have come to learn that some people are penetrating those walls with some sort of PVC line or something like that. They will be getting irrigation lines. They will be getting demand notices and demand letters. You can expect some residents to be calling you on that. You know, somebody's got to pay for that. It's a warranty issue. They shouldn't be doing it. I believe at least one resident was told not to do it and did it anyway, chased away our people, blah, blah, blah. You'll be hearing from them soon enough, because we're sending out let's just call it correspondence in that regard.
Anything else?
That's
Mayor,
With that,
before we adjourn, we have something important to tell you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday, dear John. Happy birthday to you.
Woo!
Thank you, thank you.
How many
Thank you, guys.
how many happy birthdays is he gonna get?
It's a month-long celebration of Josh, you know, and more than that, also, I do want to also say happy birthday to our town clerk, who's also a January baby.
Where?
So,
Happy birthday.
So,
The clerk.
Alex.
Through the mayor.
and then we have a personal moment of personal privilege that Councilmember Fernandez would like to take. Please.
Just real quick, happy birthday, first of all, and to the clerk as well. But just remember, everybody, please, the Food and Wine Festival is February 1st. It's an awesome event. It's for a great cause, a foundation. I encourage everybody to go. That's it.
Thank you.
Hey, I don't think we're all gonna be able to eat from there.
You guys are allowed to eat from there, but so that we can let the public go, the meeting is now adjourned at 11:23.